Hello, and welcome to another edition of Sarah J Media Live on YouTube and Facebook. And welcome to the Thursday edition, How the Good Inside the Republic. We want to say sorry for coming on late tonight. I think, say, if you know exactly what's happening around the communities that we live, there are so many other issues that we were surrounded by. So we want to say sorry once more for coming late tonight. But tonight we have a lot to talk about because over the past couple of days, a lot of stuff don't happen inside Sierra Leone now the Republic in self. So basically, why we're here tonight is to highlight on some of those issues that are very much of importance to the Sierra Leoneans they within the diaspora and Sierra Leoneans they within inside Sierra Leone. But before I go any further, I'm not going to stay too long with my introduction. I want to introduce to now the man himself. We get the power nine and we get all the total better. Me honorable Koto Jumaba. Welcome to the program and say hi to viewers.
Hello, Fambul, una adu, una kushe, una kabo. Good evening, good morning, and good night, depending on whose partner the world you find yourself. As T-Boy don't say, we welcome on again to another edition of How the Good They Go Inside the Republic, live on CRGM Media, on Facebook and YouTube, as well as TikTok. So TikTok, they put on a small phone alone as if they get the vibe. So not to just we not engage much na TikTok, but we still stream from there. Where they cut important bits and shape them and make sure so we upload them there as well. We want to say welcome to we first time viewers, and we hope now we get a good time with we. And please would encourage you now for subscribe and share and make sure say una follow we so una will get first hand notification anytime we go live for do programs. Because not to just Thursday we get exclusive programs, we get on the spot programs, we get real time programs the way we run at this platform. So when you subscribe and you follow we, definitely you will get a notification. And for we regulars, obviously, we cannot be doing this every day or every week without Tuna. So we appreciate Tuna once more, and we're happy for Tuna here with me today. How they go inside the Republic, as T-Boy say, but in the happen at the Republic. But today, we focus the lens on one specific issue, but that issue they affects every other thing inside the Republic. So now once more welcome and over to you, T-Boy.
Thank you very much, Koto Juma, for that short introduction. We don't give yourself to the people. And like you say, please share, and then continue for following on Facebook and YouTube. Well, today's specific program, we highlight two important things. Then one, now the location. Two, now another issue we have to say everybody within and out of Sierra Leone don't know exactly what's in those two issues. The topic for today's discussion is Kenema on the spotlight and is the Bar Association fit for its purpose. Those two specific things that I want to talk about today. We know for say a lot more has happened within the past couple of days up till yesterday, possibly even up to today. A lot don't happen we need for be talked about. But as we can always do with programs, then we need to just jump into the narrative because something has gone wrong or something has happened or something don't be we all man they jump on. We take our time and go through some of the issues and they do your own findings, make sure say we get thorough investigation from within ourselves. You get prior discussion before ever we tackle the issues then they. So today, one of the main topic, now the fact say Kenema is on the spotlight. For what specific reason we can highlight them? And then the second one, now the Bar Association, we hold the AGM now Kenema. Supposedly not supposed to be in Kenema, but we'll talk about that issue there all today. And the reason why I make this second issue we get for the Bar Association very important to us, that because I specifically within the Sarah Media team don't always highlight concern about the Bar Association, about lawyers representing anything else in Sierra Leone where they represent, and in the lineup for BKB say the lawyers them and in the form part of the judiciary, we some of them we don't well, not some of them, all of them have gone through the ranks of being lawyers. Some of them they end up for being judges, magistrates, and the rest. So basically, the concern we don't get over this topic has been thoroughly looked at over the past couple of years. I would say from now on, going back to 10 or 15 years, we don't strive to see exactly what has been the issue with the Bar Association in Sierra Leone. What has been the issue with the people who already serve in that capacity? What has been the issue with the membership of the Bar Association? Whether everything that way covers them is as pure as we all think it should be. So those are the questions we are asking tonight. Is the Bar Association fit for its purpose? So before I go any further, Juma, what's your take on these two topics of discussion for today? Because the first one, Kenema on the spotlight. Kenema has always been on the spotlight for various different reasons, but for this particular one, it's significant. Reason why it's significant, because both events don't become a landmark events we will go down the history books of Sierra Leone. And in that particular region, nothing like this has ever happened. I have lived there for a couple of years. I grew up there. I went to school there. So I know the dynamics of what Kenema stands for. And for it to be on the spotlight again for then two specific reasons there, so I think it's no news to anybody, but it will go down the history books. What's your take, Juma?
Well, thank you so much, T-Boy. And like you say, you familiar more with Kenema than me. Me don't get the opportunity for visits Kenema on several occasions, spanning back from, the 1990s, where you get Kenema at the time where you get a lot of refugees and internally displaced persons and refugees from Liberia, we come there and, so the opportunity at that time during the war for do a lot of work and projects now the southern part of Sierra Leone, including southern and eastern parts, Bo and Kenema specifically. So then we done tour day and place the way some say you will be you wish for go away, come off free tour, you see they go Kenema, they go Bo, they go Kono, they glad for go. Very little people be they talk about say, oh, I go Makene or Port Loko. The places they ways on say they plan for visit then and day. Now they board the Kenema, the Konos, right? And now then side they go the glad for go, you see they go Koindu, or you say you they go if not the northern parts of Sierra Leone, you say they go Kabbalah, know. So you they glad for go inside and they but now it all reach a point where sadly for a country, we not think Sierra Leone again. Where you want to go sat inside, the fear where you they get. It's like if you say they go Bo or Kenema, you they begin prepare like you they go na Syria, Afghanistan, na Palestine, Israel, you name it, Usai war day. So you begin prepare your mind. So you begin traumatize first from the moment when you begin things here for good at the inside and you try for talk yourself out. Why you not for good? And then they left, for ask ourselves, Usai salon don't go. So generally, I just want to talk that for let people understand. Even it's a way war day, you're not afraid for going at the inside and day. But why now in the last 5, 6 years? We don't see a lot of things. Me, you don't go Kenema. A lot of times we watch me back.
Yep.
No one for talk loud because you know for even one for make like you meet up with person, let them not begin ask you if now you come or they not sabi you not stranger because you don't know what will happen. But still you go say, okay, well, maybe manageable, or then you go understand now election term, everybody. Well, this not normal term. People go Kenema, where at a time where everybody for gladdy. So that's one. When at the Bar Association AGM, annual general meeting, where not to Kenema first now the outside free tour where they don't host the other part. They don't host a Bo, they don't host a McKinney in the past, but this particular one sparked something for we make it don't become a subject of discussion. That's one. Another thing will happen at Kenema, we don't know if it's a coincidence. If it is, well, a big coincidence. Around the same time where Bar Association annual general meeting they happen, we for done the Saturday. The Sunday for the first time, where he say all church for close, church. That the first time this way church get holiday. the first step in my life where me ever get sense. Me not a Christian, but I get beaucoup Christian, but they go around Christians. Now the first step where they decide for give Christian their holiday, not for go worship on a Sunday because of certain cultural and traditional activities that really happen. And the reason why I mentioned, I will not get for labor on that much, but I just look at the coincidence. Is it just a coincidence? If it is, well, it happened fine. If it is not, why? Was it aimed at intimidating other people? That's one. Secondly, the issue will happen on the Sunday. As far as me concerned, when me know growing up in Sierra Leone, I born and grow up na Freetown. I don't go other places them doing terms where they pull them bad society them. Like Waterloo, for example, New Year's Day, they get them where they pull it and say they go pull our time, all that thing, and they people and still they coexist. You know they suspend other people their own religious activities because of your tradition. I know one day see in my life na salon. People they coexist. We not say people will go pray, then come out and go dance paddle. We not say people they come out, they come out church, then go dance Bloody Mary. You understand what I mean? Me don't go and Kenema where them pull Kenema paddle on a holiday.
So if you say you want to talk, say you don't go dance paddle after video.
No, I go watch. Well, I don't dance paddle. I don't dance paddle. If I don't taste, I don't dance paddle, I don't dance Bloody Mary, I don't dance Firestone, all things. It's a cultural event. So, you know, and I go there because I have a reason to be. Do I believe in it? That's the other question. So, but I don't dance because I have activities surrounding that we make having there for good. But the point where they make, T-Boy, we don't see strange things happening in Sierra Leone. We know blunt happen. We know one day see religious and traditional conflicts in Sierra Leone. Sierra Leone, we don't hear anything. We are religious tolerant. Muslim and Christian, then they meet up, a holiday them fast months, you understand? And Lent, Ramadan and Lent, they meet up. They know when they say, no, this na Ramadan term, Christian and for wait for, they're not for fast, or they're not for do Easter, because na Ramadan. Hey, it happened this time, right? This will pass so. Ramadan, they on Easter, you know, then celebrate Easter. So why, if you want to celebrate your cultural event, you get for suspense, let people not go church. Who that want go church, they go church. Who that want go dance woman society, they will think, he will go dance. I think that's what it's supposed for me. But I don't know why one for supersede the other. Why they not say let them wait stay people and come out church before they go dance the woman society thing? So if you not allow that for ultimatum, why you get for stop the other one? So I don't understand that strange concept they na Kenema. But like I say, we not the labor much on that. They will just highlight them because we say Kenema on the spotlight. Now the two things then that will happen back to back, and we know if not coincidence, make Casilla mention. So I just throw that back to you before we go on with topic proper.
Well, I understand Usai they come up from with that particular topic, the way they highlight the fact say the compromise between the cultural practices and the religious practices. Like we clearly say, the cultural practices in Sierra Leone is an ongoing thing. I mean, if one person way another against them at all. I have my own cultural elements of myself way I follow very strongly, but at the same time, we haven't been able to contradict ourselves when it comes to religion and culture. But for some reason, I don't live Kenema. I go stay around the Kenema for almost 5 to 10 years. If I will say that. I live there for some time, go come back Kenema for another couple of years before I decide to come back with some. So basically, I know the culture. Not to have enough, I know the culture very well. Very, very, very well, because I live there and I know a lot of the culture because also with the share kind of boundaries between Panguma, which is very close to Mion village. We make them they call Mion, Kangama, Gurama, where they inside the eastern parts of Kenema district. So then they call me Gurama Minde. That is how much I know about the culture. So at some point, I have never witnessed anything like that. Because when I was a bit younger, they go school in Kenema, and they see a lot of things away and not foresee now part of cultural practices in Kenema. I know where everything happens. I know when it happens. You know, when they get issue for say, okay, today the Bondo Devil and the Commot, so nobody know for going to mosque, nobody know for going to church. No, that has never happened. Whether people are getting carried away with the idea of control mechanism or people are getting carried away for proof of points is what I still don't understand. But if now carried people and they get carried away for proof of points, then they are proving a wrong point. Because at the end of the day, you need to go compare your culture and religion. When that's not the issues the way most religion then they get against each other, because some of the elements of religion is being tightly linked with cultural practices the way they get nothing for the religion, absolutely. But this time around, it's got nothing to do with the fact that people in the go church. If you want to continue cultural practice, continue them. Put another part of them, go about in business. Or you say, if you know the part of what they do, stay in your own corner, not come on and do, not can join with. And the only time when they get a restriction for that elements of cultural practices, now nets. Because all manner for say nets, majority of the people in inside the host anyway. And even when they put restrictions na net, then they put restrictions na the one old tongue. Now that's that specific area they know when they call them say, okay, well, from Semabulen to Kaisamba Saris, if you know for say, you know, to society member in this kind of society, what is going for pull this net, stay home. Then obviously, if you're not part of it, you will stay home. If you are part of it, you will come out and join the bunch. But I don't ever see such practices now any sign as alone. One day in my life. But again, things happen for a reason. Like Juma said, is it a coincidence or it is a deliberate? Okay, we are going to Kenema when on Friday, Saturday is going to be the election, and then Sunday we do with traditional practices. But again, let's think carefully. Just over a week or two ago, we got a chief minister who make a statement where actually denounce the credibility of churches and mosques in Sierra Leone. So why you want to add more salt to the injury already where the chief minister don't cause? And the chief minister is specifically from that region as well. So if you begin look at things now, it looks like for say, well, okay, as soon as a chief minister don't do your own, we really can't do the worst now we pass chief minister. Because somebody say if now being Friday, they wouldn't have done that. But again, that's a question mark because we don't know whether they mean for the do on Friday. So why did they choose Sunday? Because most people in our salon, the type of talk say, now because now Christian, they're not able for set confession, they're not going to do this, they're not going to do that. But equally so, the Muslims are Muslim, not necessarily say they go set confession. But now the fact of the matter is, there is a chief minister we don't denounce then two religion there. So just over 2 weeks ago. Then when this announcement was made, do they do it in consultation with government institutions, the chiefs, the local community leaders, the police force? Because I specifically overheard discussions the way the local traditional heads them and the section chiefs them or section leaders them and church members them, they wanted to come out and challenge that decision. And they were talked down not to do that. I don't understand the reason behind it. Because if at the end of the day, the local community leaders then we don't see them in consultation with the churches or whatever religious sects they do their worship on Sunday, where now just is a lifetime tradition where nobody can change. So are you going to fit into a lifetime tradition that nobody changes, or you they adjust your own business for fit into the lifetime celebration where Christians and all we used to forget every Sunday? Because normally, if there is a church service on Sunday and somebody want to do events, it either do them at the church or it do them after church. And we all know when church they finish now salon, latest now 2 o'clock. Then somebody will say, well, you do me events by 4. That's when the people who don't come out church, they don't come home, don't rest, don't relax, then they can come events. If not Friday, it's equally the same thing. Either you do it in the morning before people can go pray 2 o'clock prayer, or you do them immediately after 2 o'clock prayer. So that event they might happen in the morning till 2 if it is going to be on a Friday. And it depends the nature of the event. If it is something that allows people to go and marry, it's always in the evening after 2 o'clock prayer. They're going to say, oh, the service they start by 4. Oh, then go begin get people in by 5. Because they know for say, if now Muslim, now the specific target, nobody know the Punado in Pekin, 2 o'clock, we all might go to mosque for go pray. Because nobody will show up. Either you do it at the mosque, or you do it in the morning, or you do the Punado celebration after 2 o'clock prayer if you want to choose Friday. But the majority of the time, Muslims don't do activities that has to do with social issues on a Friday. They always wait either Thursday or Friday in the evening or weekends or early during the week. So it is historical. Kenema is not the most renowned location in Sierra Leone where gets that cultural discipline day. It's not. It's not at all. Because what? Go on, Juma, you want to say something?
No. I'm a throat. Okay. So yeah, apologies to we peers them. They get a little bit of allergies, so if I hear a cough.
So because what's in that thing where with this guy for highlights, now the fact say cultural practices can be practiced all over Sierra Leone. And Kenema, not so one of the extreme areas then we so bend down for say they practice their culture and then they do their culture to the extreme. No, it's not Kenema. Kenema, even the compromised cultural practice, because all the cultural practice the way they happen at Kenema has been denounced, has not been in full effect. I don't know when was the last time I remember say Paul come on at Kenema. I don't know when the last time I remember say Bonobu still exists in Kenema. It has been denounced to zero. So what happened? Is that an element of female empowerment to show what? To challenge the churches? No, I totally disagree with that. But like me say, I don't know the reason behind it, whether it's political or it's non-political, whether it's cultural or non-cultural. Because I saw so many videos online where they specifically highlight nothing regarding culture than a threat to either men or other women that are not part of it, or any other clan where they want for target on that particular day. Because if young girls are boasting, say, we don't take over the tongue children and we they are. If you believe yourself, come on, do. With a finish sooner. Who are you talking to? Who that now you target? Because your target is not specific to any individual. So it can be anybody. It can be a political group. It can be a religious group. It can be a cultural group that is not affair to what you guys are doing. It can be an individual. It can be towards the men. It can be towards anything. Because there hasn't been any specific reason for why you're coming out. Okay, come out in numbers. To do what? What is the purpose?
T-Boy.
Yeah?
Yeah. So, yeah, I just watched the chat group. Interesting. I'm not a Christian, so this is exactly what we talk about now. Religion, culture, don't they coexist in Sierra Leone? We've never had an issue. Me one day, me no yeah. One day, man, and they come out church, they go dance devil. Man, and they wait call them, then go na fila and wait call her. After they done cut fast. Wait till they go do na lantern and they go dance.
Yeah, I remember that.
You understand? So waiting them end up do, then say waiting, let them push the lantern date because they think they go compromise, the cleanliness and all the prayers, then push until Independence Day. But not the other way around, because their religion here get fixed dates. And I just watch where Shiba just highlight something, see. Last Sunday was a very important Sunday in the Christian calendar. It was Pentecost Sunday. I don't know what that means, but so imagine a very important Sunday for Christians. You suspend the let them not go to church for go worship because you want for practice your cultural activities. or you want to showcase your cultural activities, which is not bad. And we are not discussing the culture, the tradition, not to it, but now the concept and the reasoning behind trampling on people and faith and the right for worship and associate with them God because you think, say, you have to go pull culture. Just they see the producer, the tell we now, so waiting Pentecost. It is the birthday of Christianity. So you see, so it's an important day for Christians.
Very important. Very important.
So you deprive people, and that day you decide for say no today. Let we give the una they take by force holiday una go church. Why make, for example, even public holidays will fall on weekends, particularly Sunday or waiting, then they hold the holiday on Monday. You know, stop people say, okay, today na public holiday, person off for going to church or person off for going to mosque. Then they celebrate house them the Monday. But I just want to highlight that part there of Shiba concept in comment. Thank you, Shiba, for bringing that up. So you don't see how you deprive people. For what reason? We don't know. Why do you have to introduce things that will not bring communities together? Why do you have to introduce things where you know for say just go escalate tension within communities, bad blood get for day? Now the traditional people and the pastor them, enmity don't kind of because them don't go sit down to that LUC for talk, words they don't exchange. All man don't get company heart. These are people who sometimes use for day together. Sometimes people they know that church will belong to the society and tradition and culture, yeah. So, but now they try for divide. So either you be Christian or you belong to this society. It's not supposed to happen that way. So this is why we're highlighting. Now you don't set a precedent. You set a precedent where if it happen, let's say, na Bo, or it happen at McKinney, or it happen at Port Loco, what you go do? You take police there, you go there, and so German for go far, Tiaga say no church for happen today. After you don't start this whole thing, the same government come and ban all secret society. They don't lift ban officially. Ban not lifted. They don't lift any ban for say, oh, they mean ban secret society. And because they mean say, just to your point where they mention the threats, whether woman they go and shout or people they go and shout, now don't anybody come out, they finish them. Wait till make them say them ban society, they not for come out, then devil business. They say because they encourage violence, thuggery, and things they like that. Now that make them ban. So if you don't ban something, but now they use that same thing for can suppress and deprive other people, what point does it make? But anyway, over to you, Lord, round up this, Lord, go to the main issue quick.
Well, for round up this one, I could just say to me people, cultural barriers should not have any role for play in the dispensation of religious practices in civilian. And there should not be any form of cultural barrier which will affect you to practice your religion. Because are they against culture? We get anything for do with religion. Because now the conflict down the way religion, then they carry all over cultural practices where they interfere into religious practices. Those are two different elements. When you bring cultural practices into religion, it makes your religion looks different. I mean, Pentecost Sunday is a biblical day for Christians all over the world. So for make not the nation, for make a section, a small section of a country decide for put a ban on churchgoers on that particular Sunday, I think it is not supposed to happen. So let's be mindful of how we use cultural practices against religion. Let's be mindful of how we interpret cultural practices for fights against religion. Because if the religion does not fight you today, it will fight back another day. It doesn't necessarily mean because you not get the Christian and for commot and cancel confusion and say power, then they go then church, who don't for can kill them, make it kill them. it might not happen to the Muslims, but equally so, it can still happen to the Muslim then, and themselves sit down, they don't do nothing about it. But there is only one reason for that. Something that God touched their heart, say, we will not do anything, you know, worth it. So look, we know the sky for make that kind of differences than they in practical culture, in practicing our culture and in relation to religion. It's totally uncalled for, it's not necessary, and it shouldn't happen. And by the way, if there are churches where chief minister we don't say the thief light or mosque the thief light, we still wait for the outcome of that, because I saw a text or whatever it might be, we stand for an apology, but to me, that is unacceptable, because you know, we don't make these statements them by text. So I don't think an apology should come from him by text. He has to be man enough and speak up and say sorry, because who knows, he might not even be the one that is writing on that particular piece of paper that we saw. So,
just for correct you quick, for interject and tell you, say, I disagree with you. It's not an apology in the first place. Okay. But like I said, because we want to focus with conversation on, the bar association and all labor much on it, for candy. But because you bring and come up, as far as me concerned, the gentleman used words to justify his actions, not to apology. He say if anybody feels, say, we're in the dispense in, in public duties, feel offended, sorry if anybody feel bad where they perform in public functions, but in will continue to state the truth.
All right.
So it's not an apology. It's not. It's up to you whether you want to die. Now that it means so. If you say if you want to go both cutting tree, that's exactly what he's saying. In other words, I don't care whether you vex or not. I saw you if you vex when they perform a function. So they use the public function in official role for justify in actions. So he is not apologizing to people because he believed and regret and sure he must say, what I say, I speak out of order, I don't anger people. He said, but nobody know for questioning faith. You understand what I mean? So that is not an apology, but like I say, we'll not labor much on that. We'll touch on that on another day. We'll go peel that bone there and pull the bone them, let people understand. Over to you. Sorry for
thank you, Juma, for that. As usual, we always interject on what you will see, because again, it's our duty to do that. So I don't think it's anything strange or new. But anyway, let's move on. We will come back to that cultural practices day and religion sometime later in the next couple of days, weeks, or months. Because not for say sometimes some reaction will come out from somewhere, we will possibly trigger another discussion around the topic. But let's move on. Again, the same Kenema as under the spotlights for the second issue, where I think as much as the first one is important, this is also very much important, because we now talk about the people where they represent we as civilians, then we don't commit crime or we want to be defended by somebody we will call lawyers. So they have an association that they call the Bar Association. The bar is when you have qualified, you have served, you have practiced, and then you join the salon bar and you end up for become somebody they call lawyers. Because again, correct me if I'm wrong, if you haven't gone through the bar, you cannot call yourself a certified lawyer. You have to go through the bar. You have to qualify from the bar. We will take something 1 or 2 years in civilian. If you're practicing in the UK, it takes you about the same period of time, 1 or 2 years. It depends in what sort of area or specialty you want to go. Something will be slightly longer. But we don't see over the past couple of years a lot of Sierra Leoneans where they study law in Sierra Leone, they end up for go to the bar na salon. But they studied law in the UK or in other parts of the world. Again, that's another question we possibly I go ask, but not today. Why are Sierra Leonean lawyers who study in the diaspora are going back home to Sierra Leone and practice or go and do them bar. Is it because it is difficult to accomplish that in the UK or in wherever parts of the world that they study, or it is advantageous to go and do your bar in your country of origin because the system there is either fixed or not fixed or can be whatever it is? I don't know. Like I said, that's another question for another day. I will leave that there for today. But I think over the past couple of decades, we've seen the Bar Association has changed from one to the second, to the third, to the fourth, to wherever we find ourselves right now. And we've got various different representatives who has been in the position of being the president of the Bar Association. We've got a couple of women, we've got men. But within the past 10 years, I would say specifically, to my knowledge, I think I'm only aware of 2 or 3 presidents of the Bar Association, possibly 2. And possibly likely, I will say 1 to be specific. And the reason why I make a feel say that one day, now one of the most specific one, where me possibly able for recollect, say, then the president of the Bar Association in Sierra Leone, now because of the kind of issues that we been surrounded them during that period. We never used to see these people of any gender character way would be of interest to the people of Sierra Leone. But I think a lot has changed. People are not being aware of their position and we not be ever know say their position, they also get some kind of criteria or some kind of value where some term now either the position based on your age or based on your experience or based on something that should qualify you to be the president of the Bar Association. So we've seen the conflicts for the past couple of decades, and now we realize it is getting even more serious because there is a huge amount of political influence now possibly surrounded in that particular position of trust. We have to say the rest of the lawyers them in Sierra Leone, they bestow on an individual we will be their president, speaking on their behalf and representing them in all forms. So within the past couple of days, this weekend we just passed, we realized, say, the Sierra Leone Bar Association gets their AGM, we suppose for bringing in their new executive. Over the past couple of years, we've seen a lot of ups and downs with their former presidents. We left the country, he resigned. Somebody else we can take over in position. I don't know who that person was, but I think it wasn't as popular as the one we been in at the position initially. But we've seen a lot of issues them surrounding the Bar Association. And I have raised a lot of questions on the Bar, not the Bar Association, but on lawyers in Sierra Leone. That is my opinion. And I think if I don't raise all them concerns, then they are the shift them back all the way down to Insai in the fields and at the end of the bottom of the range where now the judiciary of Sierra Leone. So if we have a good bar association, if we have a good representation, maybe, just about maybe, we were able for ready for execute what in the judiciary will end up for B in the next couple of years to come in Sierra Leone. So that's the topic of discussion we did talk about today, whether the Bar Association of Sierra Leone is fit for its purpose. The question now we immediately ask, what is the purpose of the Bar Association in Sierra Leone? Why is it necessary for we get a Bar Association, and why is it necessary to have a president? And what are the roles and responsibility of the president of the Bar Association and how it will benefit the people of Sierra Leone, including the members of the Bar Association? What are some of the advantages and disadvantages that you will have if you are part of the Bar Association in Sierra Leone? Or is it compulsory to say if you are a lawyer, you should be part of the Bar Association in Sierra Leone? Or you can choose to abstain, because again, it looks like a union of any form of profession. You have union of people that are now lawyers, doctors, dispensers, carpenters, accountants. So it is just another union. But how important is this union and how powerful is this union of the Bar Association in Sierra Leone? We make it don't create so much issue for the past 10 years in Sierra Leone, and we haven't seen anything better. We go say, yes, this is what is actually supposed, now so it's supposed for be like, or now so it like. on our soul we want to make it sound like. Over to you, Juma.
All right, thank you so much, T-Boy, for that cobweb day where you don't scatter. We'll get for visit some of them things that we don't mention individually, but I just want to make certain corrections or maybe clarify. Let me just say clarify. The Sierra Leone Bar Association different from the law school. So the law school, now there you go do other course after you don't graduate from university. You are thinking for about 1 year. You do exams for qualify you as a lawyer, where they can be apprentice lawyer. Law just put on that way we go they under somebody for another 1 year, 6-9 months to 1 year. You practice with them because what you learn a paper not necessarily means you're able for implementer. So you get for come under somebody as apprentice. We will show you now the ropes how for do things the way you learn. We will guide the process for you. So, but the Sierra Leone Bar Association, just like you say, it's like now like Okada Riders Union. Now they do it deliberately for begin mention for let people understand. So Sierra Leone Bar Association is like Okada Riders Union, like Attire Base Union. You understand, like Keke Drivers Union, Motor Drivers Union, like Sludge. You understand what I mean? Like DJ Union. So not like that. So the Sierra Leone Bar Association supposed to be for lawyers, seek the interest of lawyers, and also serve as a pressure group, as a civil society organization, really, but we specialize, where then go to talk on issues relating to the law, the judiciary, way for really push for let we all get waiting. Justice, fairness, we get a better judiciary. You understand? We hold the old government accountable. They're able to tell government, say, no, this is the way they do so, they're against the law. So when them boku, you speak with one voice, you get more power. You understand? Than if individual lawyers then they talk. So when they take a position, they'll go sit down as lawyers and say, well, we own association, now we position this on this issue. Then if government's ready for engage, instead of for go talk to different people, then go call the bar association, say, well, we get this issue. We want una own contribution because una self form a greater part of the community, the Sierra Leonean community. So waiting at the lawyer their own position on this. So not to one lawyer they can't talk. Then they go sit down as lawyers, then they agree, they reach a resolution, then get a position where they can engage government on. Just like the Sierra Leone Dental Association. If again, for the membership, if they see that they see advantage per lawyers, them and all that, they're able for team up together as lawyers for fit for them company. These are some of the reasons. So it is important for them. It is important for the country for you get a sober association. One thing where good and now so sad, the Sierra Leone Bar Association, now the oldest bar association in Africa. So like they make say grammar school, now the oldest boys school in Africa, and it was the oldest girls school in Africa. We get that pride, they know so. We can say it, the Athens of West Africa, for a big college, blah, 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 blah. Yeah. So now so we don't take pride. So internationally, we suppose for lead. If anybody want for come for Musa they can learn. And from bar association, how for set up their own, the challenges them, because sometimes the challenges the whole bar association don't go through. Other one they no go through that day again because we own for able for show them. So Africa, internationally, that's another big thing. But now we all don't see waiting they happen. Waiting happen so this weekend, not to the first time it don't happen. Like you stated, the judiciary, for example, supposed to be waiting. independent
Neutral.
arm of government, you understand, where they on the executive day, you get the legislature, so the judiciary is supposed to be independent. So anybody where they under the judiciary for act independently from the politics. It don't mean say you not get for be politician. It don't mean say you not get for be belong to a political party, but you function here as a lawyer. Now, for make sure say you seek justice for all man, regardless of the political connection. So, as a bar association, where they for judiciary, you not get for do something way contrary to that. But the last couple of 3 years or so, or the last 3 elections, don't, including this one, don't be on the spotlight for so many reasons. And we know they can't talk for lawyers or waiting they happen inside the association. We're not qualified for do that because we are not members. We don't know how they're set up. Waiting we they talk about today, now the process of electing the directors, where the president and other executive members, because they call them directors, we get for serve, for steer the ship of the association. That is our concern. And the reason why make we concerned about that, because in the whole world, and with society in particular, lawyers are supposed to be held in waiting high esteem. The pedestal where they up here so waiting make. Because how they can call themselves, what that word they can use. I know I wish Femi be they get mic if they get mic for talk. What then can they use the word? Learned men.
Well, they call themselves men of wisdom. I don't know where that came from.
Yes, learned men, my learned colleague, you know, then can say, so when we say learned somebody, what do they expect? Somebody with knowledge, pack na head. So what they do all, they get for reason properly. That differentiate you from somebody where possibly not get the opportunity or privilege for reaching at that level. Professions where we all in high esteem. We don't see mama that they go sell the lapa for let them pick and become lawyer. We don't see host them where everybody now the host they starve for let one panel picking qualify and be a lawyer. Why? Because of the level where they put that a profession.
Yeah, that profession.
Even accountants where they play out money, people are not get value for a rich way they get for lawyer and doctor. Then people and then they worship them. Growing up. When they see this person a lawyer, you they able to take time to watch and say, watch and I feel when they talk to them, you put your hand behind your back, yes, sir. You comport yourself, no so.
Yeah.
You behave like a boss.
That was like 30 years ago.
So nice. So it's make they say this now for let people imagine what they can talk about and why important. Lawyer suppose the judiciary and the lawyers then supposed to be waiting. Lawyer for be a noble, the law supposed to be a noble profession, right? Where you say they become a lawyer. So you're not a professional, they expect you say for act right because you're in a position for decide if somebody they die or they live or they go jail or they go jail. So then they expect, say, we see them put that thing about justice, the scale for balance, no, so beyond all reasonable doubts, anything where they do, not forget one stain panel. You for sure say you cleaner than white, because now you know the last resort. Imagine the constitution when I govern we all. The only people that we get right for interpret that one day outside are the judiciary, the Supreme Court. So we will go back anything where the Supreme Court say about constitution and F court. Nothing not they change that day. Whether they talk true now or they lie, nothing not they change them. So if we expect that about the judiciary and lawyers and the profession, now we can't see the kind of thing where we see so now Kenema. It give a reason for let the public weigh in into this conversation. So I just want for lay and that way they first, then we'll come out to specific about how they conduct the process, stay and go for the elections up to waiting we see so now on videos. Over to you, T-Boy.
Thank you very much,
say, get a thumbs up from you, please.
Sorry?
Now say Femi just get if you get for join, we'll get a thumbs up from him.
All right.
All right.
I want to say thank you for that summary, Dongi. So that now this is summary of what in already I don't possibly touch on, and you don't expand them to another level. And the level where you don't take another level with me always on the question, what is the role, the key role of the bar association we don't have for highlight for their advantage and for the advantage of the people of civilian. So basically, they are one of the moral guarantors them at some point in decision making in Sierra Leone, because if any decision will get for be passed in Sierra Leone, the lawyers have a role to play to look into the decision and see how neutral that law they get for be with something, and we will sit down and discuss and give them opinion on how them for pass certain laws or how them for execute certain things the way they happen within the justice system in Sierra Leone. So my question now is, they have possibly held this particular election in various different areas, them Nasalon, the Northern Afriton, the Northern Bo, Kenema, as you must say, McKinney, and a few more other places than we are not aware of all of them anyway. But like I say, my focus on the Bar Association is not too long ago. It's of very recent times, within the past 5 to 10 years. So I don't know a lot of the traditional practices. Because like Ajuma say, it is a honorary profession where you just don't talk about it flimsily like that. So, no, that has never been the case for some of us. Because the people that we mean sabi, when I've been lawyered, where I get so much respect for till date, they are possibly in their 70s now, or possibly in their 80s now, or possibly don't pass away. Those were the lawyers. Then where will they say this now lawyer, na salon, you don't hear about time. Where you see yourself, they come, you go know for say now the man this when them they talk about. Then best kind of them the guy, now Mercedes-Benz 200. Each and every one of them possibly be own a car. Not a flamboyant, flashy car, Mercedes-Benz 200. He gets in briefcase, with something. Most times, before they come on in Muska, they open the motor and we don't count on the only in briefcase before they enter inside in chamber, they hand them over in briefcase. I'm taking it, the security, they taking briefcase from the motor, they don't pack in Muska, then go put in an index. So that's how much honor they used to have in Sierra Leone, possibly 30 years back. And they say possibly 30 years back, because at them particular time then they, I feel say, the careers of lawyers in Sierra Leone started to be questionable from 30 years back to dates now. But possibly 30 years down below to the time where we don't born or not born it, it was a profound career path for anybody who take them. It was not something that is easily accessible, not to something where, I think say for become a lawyer in Sierra Leone, you have to have a special recommendation from somebody who already deserve, or from somebody who come up from the line of lawyers, or from somebody where you don't excel in your performance in primary, secondary, and university level. But make you even go to the state, say, you go do law. But like we say, blessed memories to the president we introduced the law school in Sierra Leone, because if not to be him, so until not for the getting kind issue there. So, but in order, I'm in bad faith. I think in do I'm in the best interest of the people of Sierra Leone, so that they should have people who should be representing them from all sectors of the country. Because I believe, say, before the introduction of the law school in Sierra Leone, we have specific tribe line that we are representing lawyers in Sierra Leone. I'm not need for name, because we all know the household names of lawyers that we grew up for Sabi. They were not traditional names that everybody would possibly familiar with. They are household names of special characters and characteristics and possibly pronunciation. It's not be that easy for make you just know. And these are like names that are not too popular within our community that we live in right now. So those were the kind of thing that we would look at. We make people say, oh, if you become a lawyer, you don't become successful. But we never used to see lawyers who owned 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 15 houses, drive fleets of luxurious cars, have, well, sometimes maybe they were done discreetly, but we didn't see it. It was not something that was in the open. So the elements of the representation of the profession itself possibly has made a difference in the kind of role that they play in society. For make it becomes glamorous now, which means everybody that believes that he's a lawyer or she's a lawyer is capable to represent and be the president of the bar association. But like Juma said, like I said earlier on, it's a union. It's a union of a profession of professionals.
But then get like I been sorry for like I been say earlier, then get criteria like any organization. For be the president, you for don't serve for 10 years. For let you
so that's
qualify.
where the experience comes from now.
Exactly. So I just want to look, but with like I say, me no want for let we talk much about the internal thing because they'll not misrepresent or say things the way we know understand better in terms of their bylaws because they get their bylaws when the companies act where they use for guide them how they operate. Like any organization, we get laws or your internal constitution or whatever policies and which color they set for themselves. So yeah, Carrie, and I'm just one for come in and say, not so just because you're a lawyer means you the grab and can't team up and say you want to be president. Experience comes in. In every goal.
The part of the experience we don't mention, then at the thing we at the question, what is the entry level for attain such position, or even we want for apply for such position, or you show interest in such areas? Do you need to own your own chamber?
Like I don't want to labor much on that because we don't know what their companies are, what's in their company, their bylaws say. If we ask them, they will not go able to answer then question and they don't have the documents in front of us. Me just say for be the lawyer, for be the president, if you don't serve for 10 years, and the other roles them as well, I don't know, 5, some they will have 4 years or and so on and so forth. So then but I don't know them specifically. So I know a lot of labor on that. Okay. Hopefully so, next year we'll get people that we don't serve or we don't take part who can host now. So for talk about that.
Okay. So my question now is, what went wrong with the election?
Well, what went wrong? Now me they ask the question on
how we ask the question. No, me I should talk right now. So what went wrong with the election? Where we fend we serve, who's how we fend we serve so?
No, so if I want for look at I mean they go pre-elections, okay? And some of the things the way you don't highlight. Now the key things then, because they can say they look who you for them, but look who you buck your foot. You ask about because all the things the way you mention around the profession, the people the way it's all around credibility. It's all around honesty. People the way all these institutions so dear that they protect them for letting not get one stain. So you're not going to look at the election day itself. We have to go back what happened before the elections. And like I highlighted earlier, this is not the first time we see commotion when it comes to bar association elections. That's the honest truth. And secondly, we therefore accept competition at every level. Big man no dede, literate and illiterate no dede. What's not competition? It becomes something where it becomes something where get tension because nobody no one for loss. All man want for win.
Yeah.
Okay, so These are all things that are expected. But how you conduct yourself, for not able for commodity at the end of the day, if somebody win and the other person lost, una go still able for coexist because una na waiting one family. The organization supposed for seek and serve everybody in interest, not to one party we win or the other party we lost. Now for all man, supposed. So that is why the process from PEP to pay rape supposed to be seamless and smooth and seen to be fair, to be free and fair and conducive for everybody. So
Incredible.
I think things went wrong. In these elections, you get 3 candidates. 3. You have Madam Tuma Jabi, you get Miss Warasei Kamal, then you get Mr. Augustine Suri Sengbemara. 3 candidates. And they're all 3, listen to their motto or their slogan. I already take notes because I therefore tell you for go back to for support the points the way you highlight. Madam Tuma Jabi in slogan say waiting to raise the bar. Okay? To raise the bar. Where I say Kamal in slogan say for give voice to the bar. Mr. Augustine Sori Sengbe Mara in slogan say reclaiming the bar.
Okay.
So you see 3. All them 3 then they show something for me personally. Say there were things where the bar supposed for do or certain level where it's supposed for the expectation where it then gets. In order it all lost everything of that. The bar not credible. The bar in standard don't so low that we get for razor. The bar association there, you not get voice, and people they not get voice inside there. The bar association don't turn mumu, so you forget voice. Reclaiming the bar, that means say other people they don't hijack them, politicians they don't hijack them. So we they take them back as lawyers. We bring them come in the fold of lawyers for lawyers. I don't know if you get me drift.
I get you clearly. So, I understand where you come up from.
So this don't show you say everything about the bar association been they go wrong. Then now they want come for fix them. So waiting down they tell me, go back to me point earlier for say, not to the first thing is they don't get commotion. But the expectation is for make waiting not be they go fine, for let it go fine. Not to for make them for bad to
everybody benefits.
Exactly. So you know mean say because commotion don't they happen at the 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 by elections the way don't pass. Means say this one say forget commotion and be disruptive the way we see us. That's supposed to be out. That's embarrassing. So if that's the case, there was no reason for even hold an elections for change the one they be did it. When I for just continue business as usual. That's one point. Other thing when me think say become a major problem initially before they go to elections, you get 2 out of 3 of the parties where we get issues about certain things where they're gonna court for. Imagine them lawyer then gonna court for go seek something for them bar association. Lawyer then gonna court. They're not gonna court for me and you. Not to attire base get election. Oh. Not to Okada riders or no disrespect to them. Oh. Not to we waiting about chaga election. Oh. Not to market women association. Not to motor drivers. This now lawyer there. Then self not trust. Waiting right now, the young bylaw, the young companies act. For say they able for live buyer. Then decide say 2 out of the 3 parties don't decide say no gonna cut to the big one the way you mentioned, so T-boy. The one the way 30, 40 years. We supposed to get wisdom. The learned men then say, okay, una can help una alone guide we. Let we not go disgrace yonder. Let not go wash with dirty linens. Now public.
Yeah.
Then go there. I think that and they just damu the thing. Because if them been do waiting and supposed for do, we not foresee what happen so na Kenema. So that's where one of the things that went wrong. Second place, the lawyers they always they work with UDA police. The role of police now for do it for protect life and property.
And properties. Yeah.
For ensure say we all safe. Remember initially I've been telling you say they go Kenema even war term. We're not afraid for go.
Yeah.
But now lawyer. Where you and you see T-boy la admits to reviewers. T-boy can say certain things, then I may have vex panel. Why for talk then kind here? You not even think before you talk then kind here, enough fear. You know, T-boy can say he not a go sit down and get problem na salon. Because the lawyer way for protect him, not able to protect himself. If the lawyer not sure, say they able to protect himself, how we for go believe say lawyer for protect him?
Yeah, but that's true.
So how they come? So it's not the same situation we get so. The lawyer then go to police then. The lawyer then afraid for worker. So I didn't say we the workers like you know what I mean? Me na lawyer.
You know me that say so what?
You understand? I say sorry, sir. I beg, sir. But the lawyer then go to the Inspector General of Police. Then say they want for meet with them because they need for make sure say they assured of their security when they go Kenema. The Inspector General of Police, according to the reports where we hear, tell them say you know get 10 for that. Imagine Inspector General of Police to lawyers say not get 10 for that. And now one, 2 things, right? I don't mention. The third, you have an existing executive where they lead the Sierra Bar Association to waiting to an AGM when then they go appoint or elect their successor, the one they wait for can take over after them. 2 of the 3 parties say they want for meet with the president, the outgoing president, or say, you know what you want for do? Before we go here, allow council, allow discuss the election process. Find one. So we're all able to understand ourselves, we're all then at the same page before we go yonder. According to reports, then say the president say he's too busy. He not get time for meet with his colleague learned lawyers where they go contest for take over after him. So these are the pre-elections. We'll not go to election yet. I want to cite one example quick before I hand over to you, for this pre, before we go now to election itself. In Senegal, something happened. We left the one old wall open mouth. We had a president, Macky Sall. We can't do. It's time for push election dates. They all the way the opposition, they go do it. He lock them.
Lock her up,
do all kinds of the people and protest. Election happen. The one that we go lock up, not to then can win and be president.
Yeah.
And now I then get for deciding. The reason I can mention that you outgoing president. 1, you want for left a legacy. 2, you want for sure say you neutral. if somebody call you, say, I have concerns, the list of things where you go get to them, na audience. It not mean say you get for grant them in wish, or you get for agree with them, or take inside. But the decent thing for do, now for give that person audience, okay, let's listen to it you get for say. All right, I don't hear you. Because you don't know whether the concern where they can give you, whether not of benefits to you. Say. But if you don't tell the person, say you're too busy, you not get time, that means you don't dismiss them completely. And this not to any other kind of person. This now in a profession, now you learned colleagues them who wanna get for coexist tomorrow, even when you
possible successor.
Right. Even when you not get for be bad president again, but you still become a lawyer. You and the one get for jam body. Una get for go other AGM. Una get for do other thing. Alexa, they make you minister and get anything, but you still not lawyer. Except if you want to decide now, say you need practice law again, no. They go sit down a corner. But you never know. You might be in their, now the mercy again. So I just want to highlight that example. So now the pre-elections, then the way want for talk on, way I'll pass over to you.
Thank you very much, Juma. As your pre-election statements don't come out for what you say, so automatically is a recipe for disaster before even the election. And if I was a contender, I'm just saying if I was, I don't think I'll ever be, because I don't see myself becoming a lawyer. Just like what Papa said, no more, Juma, if you do law, I will disown you. That the same reason we make another one for do law, and I will not do law, because not in a bad way, but I think the profession has been compromised in civilian, and to become a lawyer is now fashionable than actually being one. But I'll go back to you pre-election statement that we make. We are seeing a recipe for disaster. If I was the contender in that particular race and my incumbents refuse to sit with me and another colleague who is also an aspirant, then you don't show clearly say you are not in favor of us in that particular election. Because refusing to have a discussion regarding the election and you turning it down for create an element of chaos, we make it able for Sudan with we, it automatically tell me, say, you are not in any of our favor. We are not on your books as a possible successor. So you don't even want to engage with us. Okay, that's now one sort of the recipe we are the highlights. Second one, if you don't go to the person where unadi pass the law to for execute, for save lives and property, the Inspector General of Police, when the supreme head of the police force in Sierra Leone, tell you, say, you don't get time for that. As in, I'm not interested in creating security apparatus to make sure, say, una election is run and secured properly by the police force for good in Sierra Leone. That's another recipe of disaster, because possibly he may have known about some chaos which will possibly happen. So in order for put in police officers them into any dispute for me, them go get themselves caught up in any fracas. So basically, he's telling you guys, I am not interested. But why would you not be interested in one of the key union organization AGM, where they go elect the new executive member, where possibly get for can even question you as the Inspector General of Police in how you execute your duties? So the value where it don't place on this specific group of lawyers, then where for supposed to represent the bar association, it has no regards for them. No regard at all for them. So as far as this is concerned, they don't exist. It has no regards for them at all. That's not the second recipe for disaster. And the third recipe for disaster, when you look at everything that's surrounding this election, and then the issues that where they don't begin face, where they don't begin encounter, they're not able for actually normalize them at all. Not at all, in any way, shape, or form whatsoever. They're not able to speak to the outgoing president. They're not able to secure themselves in any kind of security apparatus for where they're going. They're not able to sit on the table and get meaningful discussion for me able to understand, say, this is how we're going to run, this is what we need to do, and this is where we are going. Like you highlight initially on the concerns of taking it to Kenema. Kenema has always been a place of joy. 30 years below. And they say 30 years back, 30 years below. Meaning, before the war, and even during the war, people are not even really scared for travel for go to Kenema, Kono. Those were the known places that you don't highlight earlier on anyway. The northern part became very popular within the past 20 or 30 years, I will say specifically, because one of the people that we make the northern part of Sierra Leone become very popular, apart from the Insai coma, was late President Joseph Saidu Momo. Maybe they actually mobilize people for go be in color, mobilize people for spending time at the north a lot more. But this east and the southeast has always been the place for possibly everything we get an element of enjoyment in a saloon. Now they mean centralized because of course we know they get diamond every day, everything they happen. They can't when they get cacao show, maybe they attract so many people and they get so many things the way they attract people anyway. Botan, of course, was the second city, and they talk about the Puja, and they get one of the best hospitals. Then back in the days there, you get Kailan. So they have been renowned for positive things then, but not of late. So for make group of lawyers, then they seek security for go Kenema because now they need to go all this next AGM for elect the new executive. It means they already have concerns for security going to Kenema. So these are all the recipe for disaster pre-election. So were they going to an environment that they already know is going to be hostile based on the experience they don't get within the past couple of weeks or months prior to the election? And if that's the case, was it prompted to say all of what is happening now in Kenema is going to happen in Kenema 3-4 months before the election date was fixed, or it was an instant change toward the election? So there are various concerns that we surrounding this election right now. We make everybody, they raise their eyebrows, say, oh, what went wrong? Continue, Juma.
Yeah, thank you, Timo. You know, so just for go back quickly, like we say recipe for disaster and the red flags, as we always say, they already the writing there now the wall for you for see. Coming to the community itself, Kenema itself, me one for belief say, and I'll take example again to McKinney. McKinney, when we go there, the 2010, 11-ish, where the mining companies then be McKinney, a vibrant, not so.
Yeah.
That was when you saw what? A lot of guest houses, hotels, then begin to call them because, and then they boost the economy, right? Yep. So would they expect, say, if you get a big event, because me think, say, the reason why the bar association decide for move from one place to another, and not only first and this, we don't see other organizations that we don't go host events. Now Kenema, like Sludge don't host the events and elections. Now Kenema, we know you this kind of jabla osiso. This na Sludge, we go say na journalists they don't buy, they don't put tobacco pockets. They all go Kenema then come back. We know you ping pong nothing.
No,
so
not at all.
Say this they bring come opportunity of money where usually not they circulate na Kenema. Right? This I talk about the local economy, the Kenema economy. Money where not they circulate for that 3 days day. They come, new money they come in because they all the people where they come, then they have disposable income when I for can enjoy or can spend na Kenema. Then they go spend on other side, then they spend on a Kenema. If they go for dinner hotel, if they go for take keke. So if keke them they ride or Okada be they ride, now you they get, if you they do 10 trips, you are short of doing 30 or 40 trips that within that 3 days day.
Within that period, yeah, true.
If you hotel or you guest house, knocking there at full capacity, you get now an opportunity where you get fully booked, then you not get space, you begin turn people them away. However, the two groups, one of the reasons why I make them go court, according to reports we see, they went to court because they feel say the logistical arrangement, Kenema, no go conducive for accommodate all the 1,200 lawyers we supposed for go vote. And you know, you go say, okay, we're not all man get for go vote, but we they assume if they're all registered, they're all eligible for go vote. So you they make provision for 1,200 people plus other people they wait until I invite or go. Right? So according to that, they say, Kenema is okay, but you know, go get call for keep all mandate for them days, then day. The logistical arrangement for transport for go. You get young lawyers, they will just begin practice where forget 50,000 Leon set for the day na free tongue, they know they get up. So for let them can't pay transport for go, and majority of the lawyers then are free tongue. So do you we not feel say Kenema go conducive for this particular AGM? Because the other reason where sometimes they will make na political reasons, me, I don't want for labor on that. They for say one of the candidates come on a Kenema. I don't get nothing for do that. Now, maybe they look at them as Sierra Leonean. If you're fortunate to get linked with Kenema, then election they all na Kenema.
Which one, Pande?
Tumajabi. Yeah. So if election they happen na Kenema, it happen for common Kenema, na in luck. But not to Kenema people again for go vote for her. If waiting supposed for happen if they go by the books, you know, get nothing for do to say come out. It get for do with the bar association. That I would say. So yeah, me, I don't want labor on that particular side, whether I get undue advantage or not. Because if not free to other people, they will say, well, me not so free to come out. So I don't feel comfortable now. You understand what I mean? So you can't put that. But the one about logistics and for make sure so you're able for all everybody, that one I think a legitimate thing where them is supposed for look at. The outgoing executive as well as the court where they go to. So because they're not able to forget answer to the outgoing executive, they decided to go to court for say una push the venue or that place. But the judiciary disappoints them or do other things them. Well, why make I go say so? We see the outcome. We see what's in transpire. When it comes to lodging, and I don't know again if not coincidence, there are so many coincidences that will happen over this weekend that weekend we pass so. So people go for go book. It might be legitimate that all the hotels are full up. But it can't coincide, say, the two groups, the Wara group and the Sangbe Mara group, now they're not able to get lodging na Kenema. When they call for book, they say all the hotels are not full up.
Then it's going to be Uncle Leon.
Uncle Leon, all side full up, bruh. So then we get forget cause for be creative and go to the closest place where they to Kenema when I go. So then they get for taking another 1 hour for drive coming.
They can drive into Kenema for about an hour.
An hour for driving to Kenema. But now we can say, so if you ask me how the judiciary failed them, if the judiciary be actually do their homework and research and do all of these things, therefore we don't see a reason why possibly the turnout and the interest so high that Kenema not able to accommodate everybody. So that's why I say the judiciary failed the Sierra Leone Bar Association, not so the Wara team and Maratimo, the Sierra Leone Bar Association. So they created the recipe for the disaster where we see so. because then we come to the day of the elections. One group, they 1 hour plus away. The other group already done, then at the venue, Usai, then get for do the elections. So they're already then at the gun, they're not get for travel, they're not get for do anything. What till we see the morning? Now the road from Bo to Kenema.
My recollection, there was a roadblock.
A roadblock.
In between Bo to Kenema.
Correct. So
I saw a massive truck where, again, I don't know whether it's a coincidence. Mutka they get broke down, but they need to go across the road.
Exactly. So for them to go across the road,
break down at the side, but there will be a small passage for that vehicle for maneuver for go.
Yes.
But this one, it go right across the road. I don't know whether the accident it ever be the intent for get through. So he decided for cutting steering, he blocked the road, or it was parked there specifically for purpose.
Right. So two things happen here. One, if this group been get lodging and accommodation at Kenema, whether roadblock or not, that would have been on them for decide for staying abo. If they want to go enjoy and make ladi than abo. Now that their own business standing, but at least they get accommodation. But they were constrained, they not get accommodation at Kenema, then as strangers, so they may get for be creative for the abo and drive come in. And the morning when they come in, they are faced with what? Roadblock, where unusual, because even if not accident, Mutkane just cross the road like that. Usada Mutkane go. They go left or they go right.
Thank you.
Usa you be the go. Even when you get roadblock, trucks like that, then they on a mission. The first thing when they try for do now, how they call all man in that village and that surrounding for can help them for push that truck. Go that corner and fix them. But this truck was stationed. We not see driver, we not see apprentice, we not see nobody. The truck just stationed right.
So it was a deliberate ambush.
So two things now happen. Where they tell you back say it go back to the pre-election things. Like how you say it was a recipe for disaster. And we feel say the judiciary and the police fail the Bar Association. Because if the police be ready for provide security, if the Inspector General of Police, when they may say, okay, let we meet with you, we want security. If you be able for provide them security, if we begin their waiting.
Convoy.
Right? Yeah. And I want two traffic security personnel there for be there on that way they wait for be not help for that day. You see, sometimes we create situations where we don't know, where we know they know the repercussion. Let me say other truck been they come. We're not aware, say that truck they pack here. Then by the time we want mass break, they go and clear everything where it meet up 9 path. What would have happened?
I think to cut matters short on this particular roadblock, it was deliberate. It was a roadblock ambush. We're not going to allow the people who come off from Boton for enter into Kenema on time for the election for kickstarts.
Of course.
So as far as I'm concerned, you don't highlight the Inspector General of Police and the judiciary actually disappointed, not even betray. They connive with some sets of the Bar Association. It was a calculative plan that was executed. Okay, we need to make sure say una get hotel like Kenema. We go able for host to the hall. Okay, we don't find solution. Look, we find the nearest routes to Kenema. We know booking. The guy can say Kenema on time for me to anything. Okay, now I need to catch that and find no problem. We they blow up on the morning before I can say Kenema. So it was planned. It was not an accident. It was not something where. So like they were one step ahead planning for whatever therefore be the outcome of the election. So it was well put together and then follow up with whatever the two camps them being get in place for make sure say then they na the polling station on time and cast them the meaningful votes for the people away, then they go for good votes for. It was deliberate. Can I even dwell on anything? It was a deliberate act.
So you see the pattern of things. We will show videos later on for let people see. I know some people don't see the videos them a lot, but just for remind people again, we'll show. Again, this is another reason for sure say the outgoing executive left the worst legacy. Because if you be meet with your colleagues, they explain the security concern, accommodation, and other things. Sometimes you for don't go meet with the Inspector General of Police and tell us, we need extra security, you understand me, for make sure say we're able for guide this whole process. If you've been genuine enough, for sure say you want for participate, but you decide you not meet with your colleagues then. But then this Inspector General of Police not just put members who travel from Freetown for Kenema, the stranger them, but it put the people of Kenema at risk. Because now you get new people away the Insai, you don't know whether somebody will infiltrate. So you don't even provide maximum security for reinforce or complement the security personnel they're waiting at Kenema for this new crowd where they come. When presidents they go na Insai, what thing they do? Then they send extra security there. The day when they get the Bondo match, I sure say they send extra security there because the first lady been there. They want to make sure say she's safe. We have done events in Sierra Leone on so many occasions. And the security where the Sierra Leone police force they provide, not for free, you pay for it.
Yeah, you pay for them.
You pay for them. Then they ask you, then they tell you crowd control. How many people do they expect? You they fill a form. We have done events in Sierra Leone that I project managed. We had to go to Sierra Leone Police Headquarters, we go to the OSD headquarters, then we go for tell them, because now the security they on we. So if we not request for maximum security, if anything go wrong, we will organize the event, now we then the whole responsible.
Yeah.
And we had to pay for that. So and the police then tell we say, they're no more not able for provide security, they need military personnel. So we had to get extra security from the Sierra Leone Armed Forces. So what is different? The AGM is an event.
Yes, it is an event. And it's an event already that has been highlighted to be chaotic.
Exactly.
The fact that much hasn't been done to normalize things that were of concern to the other candidate than maybe they go for a contest. So basically, they've already highlighted something where the police force for don't take very seriously.
Right.
They've highlighted a concern to speak to the outgoing president, and he refused for them to talk to them. Then two issues, then they force alone for don't make the Inspector General of Police say, okay, but hold on a sec. What do you make a former outgoing president no one for talk to now? Then I one question. Two, what do you make me not for good na me own time? When na owner na the people and when na one of the moral guarantors of executing or putting together or approving or agreeing or discussing some of the laws that where the police they execute.
Right.
And I don't have time to sit and have a discussion with the supposedly president of the Bar Association to be. Come on. So obviously, they have no concern for those two. They're not relevant. They don't mean nothing to them. So why they can't talk to you? But come on, we can't talk to yourself because I waste time for this rubbish. That is exactly interpretation from the police, Inspector General, and from the outgoing presidents. If they cannot create time for them and talk to the one and win at the contestant, then so be it. It means that they're not important. They have already been tipped,
right?
Even before the election, say they are not relevant. So why would the carry time to talk to them?
I just want for bring people back to pattern where don't they happen in our country. For the past 6 years, when people try for host protests and other events, the police they pull out a statement say, waiting. We don't want to host them event here because we're not going to show
police clearance.
We don't can ask for police clearance one. Yep. Or when you even ask for police clearance, then will tell you say we're not going to assure you of security.
Yep.
So a catch-22. Now person go ask, you not even counting answer. The way if they're not asked, it becomes a problem.
Request. We'll talk to you.
So let's go now to the day. We don't talk about the talk. So these people, these two groups manage for still be creative and pay people them and go hire truck for come winch that truck they come on middle road. Out of their own money, then pull and go higher, then pull the truck so they're able for pass come. They're able to come and tell them, say, oh, well, they don't begin to do the AGM or they don't call the meeting to order. Imagine when they delay for come, then they don't call the meeting to order before the time allotted. AGM supposed for start at 1 o'clock, then begin at before 12 o'clock.
Because I just see somebody report say, they actually move it 2 hours closer.
Exactly. So they move them earlier than it was scheduled for. That's one. Two, the Inspector General of Police no give audience for the wire for their security concerns, but we see police them, OSDs, then team up na the gates. And these OSDs were doing what? Then they ask their people here for let they able to identify themselves. If they get a reason for the naira, where you receipt for show say you don't pay for the naira, this are policeman then. So this Inspector General of Police not able to accord audience to this group of people. But then when they can after all the other hurdles, you get your security then a gate for block them, not for go inside. On whose orders? Is it the Inspector General of Police or is it somebody else in the corridors of power? Who that give them security then? Now who that give the authority for go ask their lawyers here for proof of receipt for go inside? So look at that. In as much as that, there's still wangle, they way them back. Some of them able to go inside. Then this when they talk about the security issues and all the other things and before we come to the process itself. The Inspector General of Police not able for confirm say they provide security for everybody where they go there. They're not able for meet with the two groups where gets high concern and reservation. But we saw security, OSD and police them inside the hall when our lawyers they're not more supposed for day. And they're not just there, but they fire tear gas inside it, then spray pepper spray inside it. Who that give them authority for spray pepper spray and tear gas outside lawyers then supposed for meet? Is it the Inspector General of Police or not somebody where gets power pass all man? So I don't know with the security side for so over to you before now come out to the the process. So I don't read you from Freetown to inside the hall.
Juma.
Nah,
you know why? It sounds like it's funny, but it's not.
Right.
Now because 99.9% of all routine you don't highlight so it's either we don't face them, we don't see them, or we don't watch where somebody don't go through the same similar kind of process. Just within the shortest period of time that we are in civilian for. So it is not new. And me don't make it clear all these years, specifically within the past 6 years, I've made it clear cut for say the police, the judiciary, or anything else we get for do it law in civilian, I question. And the reason being, as much as we are here today to talk about the issues the way the Bar Association they face, these issues then don't so plenty beyond reality for make we get a reformed bar association. And that brings me to your slogan for the three candidates them.
Yes.
Eh?
Yeah, the three candidates slogan.
For the three candidates them. To raise the bar to what level is the question I will ask. You raise the bar to what level? That's Natoma Gentle in Yondandi. And while I say to what the bar?
To give voice.
To have a voice, to give voice. To give voice. To give voice to the bar, as in the bar has been silenced for too long and there haven't been a justified voice.
Right.
For speaking out on behalf. Yeah. So basically, Ion's slogan for give voice to the bar. It don't highlight to we say there is already an issue of right to speak. Now the bar, we don't go silence for too long. And then Mr. Marana Insai, he want for take back the bar.
Yeah, he claimed the bar, yeah.
He claimed the bar is to take back. You remember when Donald Trump said, take back your country?
Yes.
That is exactly what he make at the highlighting tweeting here. So now the concern way the bar not even need for talk about again, say there's an issue, but those three slogans there don't interpret to anybody when not study law. We get common sense for not say there is already an existing issue. And that issue there, it need for be resolved. Otherwise, we bar association we govern by lawyers will continue for day in disrepute because we're not able to forget anybody where we feel say go seek the interest of not just the members of this particular union, but also the people in where they serve in their various different capacities. Because if you watch how the flow of everything don't happen pre-election, day of election, and election itself, which you might can talk about, then you go honestly believe, say, there has been some serious issue surrounding the Bar Association of Sierra Leone. And me own concern, now the fact say, the lawyers, and they say the Bar Association, and they take them out of this. But the lawyers, we obviously consist of the Bar Association of their membership. But I am saying the lawyers, the police force, or the security apparatus, and the judiciary has a lot to play in USA with Fenwi Self so today na salon. A lot to play of USA with Fenwi Self so na salon. Because the reason make I say this, now because if police don't commit series of crimes up to murder in civilian, and nothing comes out of it because the lawyer then wait for stand up and talk, don't have the voice, and the judiciary not able to execute them particular cases then they where the security apparatus of Sierra Leone has committed, then we have a serious issue. Go on, Juma.
Yeah, thank you, Tibo. You know, a fine way they, bring out its practical issues, and you highlight something. You see, then say you not get for wait for let something happen to you before you act. Always day because you don't know when you don't tend get for cap.
Yeah.
So this is the Bar Association, for example. Don't they and lawyers? I know say some lawyers then they tried and they do all kinds of things, but then they suppress them. But we they talk about in unison as a group now. Lawyers then we don't they team up, then they see bad things then they happen, then say no to their business. Or they don't want mixed pan politics. Oh, we are lawyers, we are not politicians, they speak the big English them. We're here to, do the law, make them fine, speak. They say they're not a politician, then they know how to do politics. Protests is done by riffraffs. You know, they are losers in our society, the illiterate people. So they wear their coats and tie, and they don't mix by protest. Where things them they happen. Now politics don't mix them. They not be one mix by politics, but now politics don't mix them. So now we see, and I'm not talk about the candidates. I'm talking about the bar association. The bar association was supposed for be a voice, a pressure group, decide for turn mumu. Then now the one still we say, oh, after all everything that happened, so let's still say the bar association special. Now not special.
No, it's not possible.
You are not special. Right now. Okada riders the election, the better person, a more organized person. Attire base.
Totally agree with you on that.
Attire base election, more organized.
But I get one question last side. They will continue more for us. I go candidate.
Oh, they candidate. So let's come to the day of the elections. It is sad, not just for the Sierra Leone Bar Association, but for Sierra Leone. If lawyers cannot be honest and conduct themselves in a civilized manner, then I wonder who side we dey as a country. Because lawyer, we not expect say you for lie, we not expect say you for dey pa yuki business, we not expect say you for dey pa ben business. You dey go by waiting, by the books, by not just by the law. Then say, wait, all the quotes, according to Act this, 19 chapter that, all kinds subsection this, we born that
in the Acts of the Apostles.
Exactly, all things that they bring inside. But this now, when it comes to the yon, we therefore follow the law to the latter from A to Z, when nothing else.
Nothing. Not to A to Z, it gets beyond Z.
Okay, Z is small brother. Because the president is saying it don't achieve all things, it don't pass Z safe. You know. So if you lawyer were supposed for protect and guide the law, you decide for take the law, you throw in a corner, then you go make gangster business. I wonder. Why I say they not follow the law? Me and you, when I bread and butter or sabi sell, and just for call labo na yaso, you na farm you sabi make, you get plantation farm, banana plantation, you get palmine, all that.
Palmine,
yeah, you know, me na bread and butter, and we understand when you want for conduct an elections, what happens? Who then gets right for votes na bar association elections? Now lawyers.
Yep.
Who's kind lawyers? Lawyers will meet the criteria according to them books, right?
Okay.
And that means say you for do what? You for be a registered lawyer where they in good standing.
As in you dey up to date with your subscription, you dey up to date with the bylaws, you haven't flunked nothing wey govern una within the past 5 years before the election.
So now that one day, so registration means say you for able to tell we almost people will register and almost people were eligible for votes. According to reports, we are listening about 1,200 lawyers were eligible for votes, were registered and eligible for votes, 1,200. So they expect, say, inside that hall, 1,200 lawyers then for day. And how you were able to know if all the 1,200 lawyers they're not, which you they go by? The register.
Yep.
For no who are fully registered. And the reason why paid up and fully registered necessary, it not means say all lawyers qualify for votes. Now only the one that will register, where they up to date with the registration, now the membership valid. Because if you're not fully registered, that means you're not part of the association at that particular moment, or you're still a part of the association, but you're not
eligible to vote. Yeah.
Right. For you for vote and be voted for, among other criteria, is your registration. So if them reach for votes, we expect and waiting me don't see and best practice all over the world, including where we the keke riders that can get election, all man sabi where they can turn. They know for say we now the keke rider they will register na King Tom we get for go vote. They send we delegate them for go vote. Yeah, where they take some junction, where they will by force, where they up Waterloo, all side. And they use keke rider because there is no difference between by what you see. So when they until una raise that body, una give voice, una reclaim una bar, una get voice, they una raise the bar. Until that time, they una in keke rider, then at the same level una dey.
Not the same level. No, even if they do go to that level, they are still on the same level because they conduct the election equally the same way.
Right. So you suppose for come. You make sure, say, all man seated. You do your roll call for sure, Uda and Uda Dede. And then get other thing where they say proxy votes. Where if you know there, you can able for nominate somebody, give somebody authority for vote on your behalf. But even that, you get form and paper the way they feel for verify.
Beforehand, yeah.
Beforehand for say this now so.
Do they have a pre-voting in criteria? Like postal voting or online voting?
No. I should not the proxy one then get not so early voting. Okay. They not get early, but they get the proxy one, I believe. So on the day, we not see nothing like a roll call. And the reason I make that important, so if the police block people na door for verify whether they qualify for the Insai, show me your receipt. Police, we don't know nothing about by election. Say, but I get business now, show me your receipt for Insai. Why the way they conduct elections, no do a roll call for confirm, say, T-boy, you register for votes. You then are ACN or PS can't take your ballot paper and go vote. We not see nothing like that based on the videos we saw out here. And even if you don't do a roll call for sure, say all man day, where then they go for go take them ballots, you supposed for call them by name for go take them ballot and vote. And I'll tell you why it's important for that mention this about timeline now. Now say every process, everything will happen yonder, then do I'm legit. You understand? Everything. Then bring and come early law say, then go by the law. But for let you call 1,200 people, you can't finish that inside 30 minutes. For let you call 1,200 people for let the answer present.
Juma, where you the concept from 1 to 1,000, you need to take past 30 minutes.
Exactly. So for let you call 1,200 people, say they all grab and say you can't get the all ballots, then go vote. You're not able to do them inside 30 minutes. It not they happen like that. Because you get steps away to go for verify. Say you get the person. That's now one thing where we not see happen.
For like it possible, it will be inside 20 minutes if you call one name by second.
Exactly. So
20 minutes.
Well, that person there for grab 9 seats, stay the one.
No, say if you call one name per second, like T-Boy, Juma, Ali, Femi,
Yeah.
Juma.
Yeah.
1 second for a name. Then you go for do inside 20 minutes.
Right. That's
practically impossible.
Right. We don't see how they conduct for proof to everybody say, and I make they say, if let's just imagine, say all the other process them be legit, where they're not legit. Let's say all the other process them be legit. I make they talk so. How you want for proof to everybody say this not transparent and fair process? You get for no force say, na man but two man watch.
Mm-hmm.
You know they can't say because you now the presiding officer, you get monopoly over everything. No. All the elections there what we don't see now the world. Whether they count the ballot paper, because you get fake ballot paper there.
Of course.
We get for count force, we put them for show say now 1,200 people that they register, we get 1,200 ballot papers now. Yeah. Right? So what they can count this time before you vote. What they can count the ballot paper for sure, so we not get 1,250. Now 1,200. With the can now we turn all the ballot paper then. You get your representative, Maraga representative, Waraga representative, Tuma get a representative, then team up. You begin count. One. Say you reach the 1,200. When I see inside this box now 1,200, not get 1,201. Then shake, then put them down. They begin call people and now for can vote. When they don't vote done, what you they do? You they count almost total people then vote. Because now you can verify now say not only 1,200 people all vote.
Yeah.
So
you will see if you get ballot paper left, you will see how many people then vote. If not they all vote, you get no ballot body left.
Right. So now you therefore can count the empty ballot paper there. We isolate the one and they force. Then we count the one the way they vote per. When you don't count all that, based on the calculation, we're getting about 526 626 based on the results where they call. So now 626 people vote. So you ever can count for we now say the total number of votes now are 626 votes. You put a wall, so you all agree. So now 626 people vote. You put up. After that, and this all now in the presence of full view of everybody.
Yeah. And all the candidates that were involved.
And all the candidates then representative then they for watch. After that, now you can get for begin count who that vote for who that. Watch, okay, Tuma Jabi there, na in this, na your side this, Tuma Jabi you na your corner this, Wara na your corner this, Mara na your corner this. So you begin put there now, they put this away in a void. So now 4 section you they get. After you don't put, then you begin count now. Almost vote Wara get, almost vote Tuma get, almost vote what you call, and before you announce who that get the highest number of votes, and if there's any body where they contest that result, they get a reason for contest that you mark and done. This one not tell me say, oh, na bias situation election is special. All election are the same. Who say transparency?
That's earlier one. Election now Okada riders not the same because the process we explain so. Right. We have witnessed that process in Sierra Leone general election. It's exactly the same. Nothing not changed. Exactly the same. So it's the same process for every election at any level.
Right. So now we say you agree. This time just they say before we go to the UK issues, then now we'll see. Now we say if you allow that process, they say the process will have been do everything legal. But all this will see so it absent. Because now one great person now see do all thing. Yeah. If they share paper, at the same time, they say voting don't close. So whose paper you be the shape where voting don't close? Then you the shape paper, but you know they call names. You be know whether one green post you don't get 5 paper, because we hear one of the videos where somebody they say, why you don't can't take 410?
Correct.
410 you don't can't take, so why you for can't take paper 410? We see the commissioner, Francis Ben Kaifala, where he talk to other person, ask him, who say you been there and now you they come? Where at the same time, where they refuse for give other people, where they say, give me like a market. You know, where they go banjo for things then. I want 5 bread. It's a bit like a way bread king shots in there. Where they go back. Yeah. I use bread as example, becoming a full shop I've been there. So we not sabi, we not to lawyer, we not sabi nothing. You know. So if you see the one person, Francis Ben Kaifala, now they call the name. No, they nobody call names. Now they shape the paper.
He just the hand over, yeah. He didn't talk, sir. Nah.
They will make it.
The logic one understand, Juma.
Yeah.
Okay. What's the capacity of Francis Ben Kaifala in civilian?
Well, in official position,
yeah,
anti-corruption commissioner. Anybody where they against you, when I the overall boss against Yuki business in the country. Thief now, any kind thief business, corruption, Yuki.
Okay. Like we said within the bar association, do they have anybody specific way for be their electoral commissioner for any election within the whole?
Okay, so based on reports from all the parties, including the Huawei win, Tuma Jabi, then say na the
Tuma Gentu,
Mrs. Madam Tuma Jabi Gentu Kamara. All right. The person when are the what you call them? The most qualified, meaning the longest serving, the most senior, because you know, say they engage by the seniority, apart from the title they give them. But somebody, if you don't there for 20 years, mean say, you know me, bra, we company's law business. So if me don't do near 6 months, you qualify past me. So if we then now you get for preside over the elections. According to the report, there were people who were qualified past Ben Kaifala. The person will be the preside na Tijansi, Sulaiman Banja Tijansi. Where sometimes the tell will be lawyer, Ben Kaifala not even begin nursery yet.
I know that.
Right. So, even they now be the preside over things according to reports, then say.
So do they select you before the election or the day for the election?
When are the day for the elections?
Then they say, okay, who is the most senior amongst us all?
Yes.
Okay.
So then they watch, then sabi themselves. Now, you know, and that's why man one council they push all man in level. But according to Oturieri, they say Sulaiman Banja Tijansi start fine. Ben Kaifala can jog the mic, come on, I don't know if not true or not so true, but I don't feel say then go lie panam. If I don't come out and can't talk, say not to Swebi.
So when in his capacity, don't you think his conflict of interest because he's already serving in governance? Do you think he has the right to come and say, well, I can't preside over the bar association election because
well,
he's a lawyer?
He said they nominate him. Okay. So again, according to Ram, you see again, because this is the thing where some man can just go create unnecessary problem, not supposed for them. You get lawyer give out when a member of parliament, when a senior lawyer as well, where they nominate, he decline. Because that guy, it looks say, you know, how for go mix this bar association business with SLPP business. He's a known SLPP man. You Ben Kaifala, you are a known SLPP man and a serving government official. But let me give the benefit of the doubt, all right, for say you cannot discriminate against him because he's still a lawyer. According to him, he go there on in private capacity as a lawyer. Although
but he's not serving as a lawyer anymore.
Exactly. Well,
he's not serving as a lawyer. So he's a lawyer by qualification, but not by trade. As we speak, he's not a lawyer.
Right.
He's the anti-corruption commissioner. Right. He's not acting in any capacity.
He's still a member of. He's still a member of the Sierra Leone Bar Association because
yes, you can still be. You can still be.
But now I can tell you, you see when they talk, and they try to give the benefit of the doubt, but they can't be back.
Okay.
Yeah. So because we post the put the argument, not to him at all completely. You understand? We don't see because you cannot put two phases. You not get Benkefala, the private person, and Benkefala, the lawyer. What we see is Benkefala, anti-corruption commissioner. That close not well by you. So for as long as it don't well by you, when you they benefit on some privileges because of that close way don't well by you, now so certain things you for disassociate yourself or excuse yourself come out for. Because that clothes they go still well by you. You cannot just wear the clothes when you think, say it's okay. Well, I'll say you can. According to what you hear, now 3 people got nominated. The one person declined when I gave out. So he left Benkefala and Nile Kofi, the former honorable member of parliament. So there are 2 nominations. If you nominate people then for something, what you get for happen? Then get for votes. For see who that go win for being. Yes.
Yeah.
Right? But as they nominate you, they say you go jog Mike. Then when they nominate you, there's somebody second arm. Now just for fulfill the nomination, no means say you automatically don't qualify for assume the position. Because there's another legitimate nomination where somebody else second, so now not 2 now. Even when you pass a motion on side, if somebody put one motion and the other one again, then they vote. No, so say who's motion this and that. So and this now lawyer was supposed for Sabident senior. Lawyer was supposed for Sabident senior. But that is not what we saw. So you jump, you assume this position, then you move a motion, say let them move the voting item that the agenda will be the number 8 for move and can number 2. So all the other activities they don't, the one they plan the program not craze for take voting and put a last. Because they know for say when see voting term reach, politics don't come inside. You know they able get no sober conversation. So you deal with every order of business we get for do with the association. Because you get an outgoing executive we get for give reports of their
Juma, under normal circumstances when you host your AGM, you start first with the preliminary of the AGM.
Exactly.
You pick dog, and then you get to the body of the AGM when I get for do with reports of the executive members and we not supposed for contest or where they contest. They get for the reports, analysis of what they don't do, what they do, and who side and they. Before ever, because if you don't deal with the executive way, now the executive way for move on, and then you go get an election way, then at the last part of the agenda, because like you clearly say, if you do an AGM, you not start with the preliminary stages, introduction of the AGM, why you sit on this AGM, final last minutes of the last AGM, and then on account of the body of the AGM, where each executive member get for come talk about imposition and what he executes in the time we don't serve for. If anybody gets anything we need for the slide, then put them on a slide. Anybody gets anything for question, you question them. Move on to the next until you resolve all the past executive members and position them where they not actually give a review on their positions. Then now you get the election for the new executive.
But so they set the agenda. And
that's the normal agenda for all AGM.
And even by
be so different.
Then Kelfala by your admission confirm say now so things don't they happen. He say he move the motion because they always can they finish late till 5 o'clock morning. That is the instance why you're there in the first place.
Thank you.
You can't use external activity because Bondo woman then get for commercial, then Bondo woman then get for commercial, no one lawyer then stranded, so then go. No. So Naime could put the thing Kenema on the spotlight. Is this a coincidence? Because if Ben Kefala decide Bondo woman the activities, we make church close, why would not no go wait till 12 o'clock after all things done and pack go free talk? For go. How do they connect with you now? You say, oh, the one who have been doing a bow, now 5 o'clock morning, now not done. That is how it's been set up. If then we want for the election be force, therefore we don't make election be force. If no say they want for change the agenda and they get for give, not so you Ben Kelfala, they do that. You have
then also you set the agenda in the first place.
Not so you set the agenda, and not so you they control the affairs of business because you get an existing executive where they man the affairs of things until after voting take place, they announce winner and then they hand over. Even that they take a president elect because therefore they hand over keys, this, that, parties, and all of that. And move on. You Ben Kelfala, where you go now, you office star anti-corruption. Somebody can give you either give you report or you can meet handing over notes at your table. Now one of the two. Somebody must don't can give you, you know, how things been there. So the AGM had the opportunity that, but you can't hijack things, and we can understand now, say, the outgoing president not be even there. Now the hall.
Can you imagine that?
They not be there at the hall, and I be supposed to give reports or nominate somebody within the executive where for give reports about their stewardship. Because it was an AGM, now they nominate them. So now they therefore can report back and go, not to other person. These are the simple things. Ben Kefala in decide for put a motion, say, according to it in the report, that then for bring election come forth. So now there was no AGM because all the activities of AGM not happen.
Has been cancelled. Yeah. So there was no AGM.
No happen.
So what's the whole idea? What's the whole idea of spending months and months planning an AGM? We're not effective on the day itself.
Right.
It makes no sense.
So it not happen. So we see chaos. So let's come back to the ballots. Let's say all the other process there. But how you would count ballots? They will see beaucoup ballot paper in a ground.
Thank you. Because the whole hall was messy with ballot papers. But in defense for that, what did he say? He said then ballot paper and they will be not going to. Now the other executive positions the way them we don't vote for, we don't complete yet. But as far as he's concerned, the presidency of the election was concluded.
So how you able to prove that?
Thank you.
So that's the question. So you're not a credible person. Your credibility there into disrepute. So anything when you say, people not get for believer because you're not a honest person based on how you don't conduct yourself up to the time when you come under. So how you can tell we say that we don't vote though? How they vote when we still the shape paper?
Well, Juma, let me say, okay, let's say hypothetically, then we don't vote done for what specific position is still not known. But for making you say the presidential election be done, now the other minor executive position, the number now that they not be non complete.
No minor.
Exactly. So I find it very difficult for you for put a logic surrounding, because the ballot paper consists of how many voting space? Is it just one, or the ballot paper gets...
So the only paper according to it is you write the name of the person you vote for.
Okay, what I'm saying is they have the president and secretary general, accountant.
No. President, secretary general, treasurer,
yeah.
Assistant secretary general, public relations person.
Okay, so they have all those positions.
Vice president.
Okay, they have all those positions. So what I'm asking now is, on the voting slip, then get all them positions, then they on just one for each slip.
Each slip they get for vote for separately. You know, they write them on one paper.
Wow.
Yeah.
So basically, if the hall packed with papers, and we suppose forget 500 people or 600 people and collectively vote.
No, me they tell you 1,200 people now.
I want to know, because the amount of papers the way me see in that whole day is well over 1,000.
Right.
It's well over 1,000 or even beyond. So basically, is it a combination of all the other executive positions then, but they only announce the presidency, right, because the presidency, their own voting time we don't complete. So now which paper they be the shape?
Well, now that question and I ask you, so whose paper they be the shape? Because you know we get roll call.
Thank you.
There was no roll call because we the shape paper you get for call and make sure say one this person now registered person named in at the verified voter list or registration list, whatever they want for call up, membership list, whatever. If for they for sure say this person is verified, now paid up member, because you being a lawyer does not mean you're qualified to vote. But according to
the other surprising thing, right, the other surprising thing, okay, let's say hypothetically, Benkefala Sabi, all the people that will register, is that what you're saying to me? Because some
even if it's legally, this man has married sometime. I tell you, say lawyers supposed to go by the books.
There is no way you dey sabi 1% of all the executive members they will register. I mean, all the members they will register for votes.
See, boy, even if we sabi them, it not get right legally according to how you supposed to conduct an elections for just give shape paper they like that. So the man a lawyer. I make I tell you, say lawyer we supposed to go by the books, throw away the book and do yuki business. Because even corner in own votes, now we come for announce the result, now they play in rubbish. But when it come for vote, now we're all gonna center them, not also. When you make people in center them be the delay, when some sign 400 people for go vote, then they take with them. Because they get for verify and prove beyond all reasonable doubt you are registered, you supposed for both votes, you named it at the voter list now.
Yep.
Beyond all reasonable that when at 300 per station.
Yep.
Not more than certain 300 or 400 per certain station, and they tell me to net for vote. You able for announce, you able for share paper for 1,200 people and then vote inside 30 minutes, all thing done. Then you angry keep the paper there. How you able for secure the one and you angry?
You cannot run and can't vote. Or you already get the voting paper.
Get the voting paper because when you vote, you get for put box. And if now just name it right now one box you they get, then put all money in there, like I would say, then can then turn the box, then count almost valid votes there inside, almost votes where they inside, they almost paper they will go inside that box. Then now you can begin look now and count them. After you don't count, you watch out. This person get this person get that, this avoid. You able for make them, then you announce. But Tuma Jabi get 560.
Tuma Gento.
Okay. Tuma Gento Jabi. Tuma Jabi Gento Kamara.
And last name now they call him by not a middle name.
All right.
I'm married woman. So look what they call her a married name.
Okay. Madam Tuma Gento Kamara.
Yes.
Okay. So Madam Tumagento Kamara gets 560. So now come now to waiting we seen a video. Benkefala.
Teacher, like, what is in
Camera capture now they show, bruh. So all them people that will be there inside that hall, maybe they say we know they vote. Because when he puts while I in vote 23, they put with their name, Mr. Marayon, 15 na 38. So you want to tell me say that 38 people they know more than be there inside that hall so.
Yeah, they don't want to say we know they vote. Because they be go now almost the entire crowd.
38 people now they know more than voice loud, so they take over and drown everything.
Okay, so are you saying that the 560 votes where Mrs. Gentle Kamara gets, they all been inside that all day?
According to Ben Kelfala, now they announced.
So then votes in Commander do?
Well, we don't know.
Okay.
Because we know there was no roll call. So you don't know that they would have not been there.
So Juma, now after the voting don't happen, right? The non-votes done. How long it take for make Ben Kefala announce the result?
In the moment where confusion been there, maybe the count announce.
Because I never say at the either counting or the announcement of the figures while the confusion be there.
If they count, too magento, we count 50 too magento, they call Wawara say come out. They call one Sohimara.
Wow. Okay.
So again, like I say, it's sad for the country. Me believe say then kind tia. You go say the government, you can't blame the government per se, because they go tell you say they're not to lawyer them. So the lawyer then decide for mess themselves up. But the president were particular about the country image. Sorry, I don't know if Nami freeze now, or can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, Juma.
Okay. So the presidents were so particular about the country image, T-boy, where it don't work now the one old wall for clean the country image. You see that kind of thing that they happen, but the Bar Association where linked to the judiciary and the prime person in name now your anti-corruption commissioner. Now lead that kind of thing there. Then you just see that you watch like that you pass. Then we not see nothing done. We see the wealth of the president join one of the candidates, they jubilate. Now we win, now we win, we don't win, now we win,
But not just that, we also see Ben Kefala dance with the winner.
No, in dance with him before the election.
Yeah, now they say, we also see the dance with the winner.
Yes. The night before, now he danced with her. So all the things that we create.
They already had a victory dance before the victory itself.
Yes.
Okay.
So T-boy. Now they would
you know why this is very interesting to me? Because
sorry, not hear the laugh. Matilda say, how can only one team win all positions? Well, that's the question for Bekefala. Even for the one that they not vote for the ballots they them to go away. Because how you go announce the winner at the camp? Yes.
I don't know why you surprised at that.
I'm not surprised. I just ask question for we viewers. According to Ben Kelfala, the other one then vote for them. But how they go announce for other positions, or declare them winner when they not vote for them, when the paper then are gone. Let's say you've been secure the president here, and all the other one then are for the other positions then. So whose results you announce for the one then? Or how you declare them wins? Yeah.
Yuma, there has been a pattern of election malpractices right underneath we nose, inside Sierra Leone, out of Sierra Leone, under the umbrella of the pauper regime. I don't know why you find this very strange.
Well, again, we talk about, I know they find strange, but I don't want to mix the issues, T-Boy. This will talk about the Sierra Leone Bar Association. We're supposed to be devoid of politics, as we know, intra-party politics or partisan politics, if I may say. We're supposed to be people that we learn, we get sense, not so because they're not literate. We're supposed to follow the law to the letter. Where if we get problem with elections that the country or anybody get elections, okay, let's just go quick. How then call and the women journalists them.
Association of Women Journalists in Sierra Leone, yeah.
Yes, or Sierra Leone women's writers or something. Then get election wahala. Who side they end up? Na court. Then na court for let them try for, regularize that one day. National elections, who side then they go? Na court. For let them try for make sure say they make fine for seal that win and according to what in the law say. But this na people away there within the law. We're not able to implement their own.
But Juma, what they say to you is the same pattern of election malpractices from the top, it filter all the way down to the bottom of any electionary process where they happen at Salon as we speak.
I agree with you.
The result of all elections where they happen at Salon as we speak, if you not follow, you fet, you make rudeness, you set confusion for you vote, then they take them away. That has been the precedent. That's the norm right now. I'll give a typical example where somebody they say, or where you highlight, they also say, why na Mrs. Gentle Camara, in own team number for winning every single position? It's deliberate. Because now you get the team of the paupers. So basically, everything you they talk about, okay, the reason make I say I get for highlight something for do the Okada riders, the electionary process where they say now the same as the bar association, where I say no, there's a difference there. The difference now, the fact say any candidate in team where pauper support in any electionary process where they happen at Salon right now, either inside Sierra Leone or outside Sierra Leone, we get any kind of attachments to the pauper regime will be rigged. That is just obvious. And it has happened systematic. Even they say the person where they lead Okada riders right now, now the actual leader for the one where the Okada they actually vote for. And see
the way they go to the first lady.
You and his executive, you think so the one on the way, because that has been the pattern.
So I agree with you, T-Boy. I'm not dispute anything where you they say. Me point, the people that were supposed to call themselves lawyers.
But they are the ones that I don't even trust in the first place.
Continue from justice. I say the young was past Okada riders because Okada riders will not see the defeat too. Even if they suppress themselves, you hear who stand up in the election. You be hearing?
Juma, the police of Sierra Leone or the Sierra Leone so-called police no go pull arms and ammunition against the lawyers of Sierra Leone. Then go only tear gas them and pepper spray them. But the Okada riders don't have value. So if they mistake threats, some of them will be shot on the spot. So that's the difference. The only difference where then the fact say others will be killed and others will be beaten.
Right. So the other one will kill them. The one so they say una kill una safely.
Then thank you.
So the lawyer let them kill themselves. If anything they
una
happen,
kill una safe day, and then they go beyond pepper spray or tear gas.
Yes.
None of them will kill each other at any point because then they serve their own purpose. But as far as I'm concerned, the system has been deliberate, consistent, and it is just a continuity of what has already happened in the past. So with the lawyers in Sierra Leone, I am not surprised for make we end up with this kind of mess now the bar association. I am definitely not surprised. Although you can say to me, T-Boy, not use that word, T-Boy, not make this kind of classification. T-Boy, you have to think otherwise. But honestly speaking, I'm only holding my peace because of them discussion. But as far as I'm concerned, I am not surprised.
Yeah, well,
because the reason being, Juma, it is not justifiable for make you where they execute some elements of what's in the law they say the interpreter. And then not only your own interpretation no right, the others are stupid.
No, but you not even interpreter, sir.
No, because when the top for say
no, you know interpreter. If
well,
you
I just use the word interpret because it make like for say now Insai be the law pass the one the way it meets the or the one the way they say. One thing where I want to make everybody understand, you might be a lawyer or a doctor or a carpenter. We don't serve in that capacity for 20 years. Does not mean that you know better than that young man where they just come into the field of any of those practices. Because the difference...
Show me the case where Ben Kefala don't win.
Well, me no talk, sir, because we don't see that in the win case na salon. Obviously,
no lawyer. Show me, because if you begin to have the law, the lawyer, the this, that, show me who's kind of lawyer. You know, so they can't talk there, what you call them, I call them, then cram talk them all.
Well,
how you apply common sense?
Honestly speaking,
for win case. Me not see a case here to win, but let person show me first. The case where we, yeah.
The law in Sierra Leone is crooked. We don't witness, we don't talk to, we don't interview a lawyer here where don't get physical assaults from the police force of Sierra Leone and nothing happened. This is somebody that knows the law. This is somebody that studied law. This is somebody that can execute and interpret an assault. This is not somebody who don't defend somebody in a criminal offense or something where go against or for that individual. Then a crime has been perpetrated against him.
Nobody not enough for him.
Nobody not enough for him.
Then beat them inside the police station back.
And he himself struggled to defend himself of what he knows and believe should be the true practice of what the law stands for in Sierra Leone. So you tell me why I would be surprised if we have a crooked incident like this will happen. Now the Bar Association election for elects their president. I am not surprised because Francis Benke, if I don't make it clear to we say, he runs the Bar Association because he has been nominated for oversee the process of election. So that means he knows more than anyone. That's why they've given him the capacity to oversee the election. That's his exact interpretation. But guess what? You possibly might not know what will happen tomorrow.
T-Boy, Ben Kefala also I know for I'm sorry, it not get sense. Now the tell way he talk about a renowned lawyer where me sabi where whether he like or you not like him, but he cham the book, then he sabi the law. And he don't win case, he don't challenge big case them. He don't challenge government them. Pamomo Fofana rights. The man don't serve for over 26 years. You say you don't in 17 years this. See the gap first, 26 and 17. The man get 9 years experience past you. The Harvard when and now you they go because of political connection. Pamomo Fofana go na Harvard where people are not sabia. and he win award over $50,000 where they give him because of what he write, paper we write on a project we get for can implement.
But Juma, not so everybody go Harvard successful in his capacity as
No,
an
maybe
intellectual.
the reason make they say so because people easy for say, oh, na jealous, na this, na that. You na politics make you go Harvard.
Juma,
So you wanna go Harvard because it gets sense. Huh?
Udeya, go Harvard no more carry the meet here. Because guess what? Your career path in Harvard has nothing to do with my career path. Go talk to your company lawyer them and tell them, say you better pass them. But guess what? That's where he stays. Because now the same kind mentality and ideology. Sometimes you know even better than the clean away land cleaning.
But waiting Ben Kefala exhibit. Waiting Ben Kefala exhibit so for bring a whole institution and profession to disrepute. It was past waiting then 3 teacher them. Where been go hang placard pa na cutting 3. 3 teachers. You know, where it go hang placard pa na cutting 3.
It not just this, it not just bring any kind of issue to the bar association, but even to the position of anti-corruption commissioner.
No, that it gets them by Yuki force. So you see,
okay. Juma, this is somebody that is responsible for holding people accountable for their non-participant or bad things the way they execute in a salon when it comes to corruption. Corruption, not about you, Tifo. Not about you go like pass somebody say you get for give money, you not get for give. Where they give 50 people, put in a pocket, or you go sign fake document to, or you go change president in signature. No. Your practice of manipulating something that is supposed to be legit is the extreme form of corruption by somebody where they lead in that capacity in the first place. You don't even need to come and justify yourself in any
corruption,
capacity.
Aid and abet corruption.
Can you imagine that?
Where it can interpret anti-corruption, where they carry people and go court for. Now, he do so 10 times more.
Honestly,
you not even shame. You're not even shame.
In his capacity, I wouldn't have put myself in that position.
No. But you not even shame for let you day you company and they alapa you. Ben Kefala, shame on you. Ben Kefala, shame on you. Ben Kefala, shame on you. You company lawyers. They shame you. You think say you proud with that?
Well, as far as he's concerned, he's on top of the world.
But you are not, because always you do so, it don't stain you for life. Even if you get minute chance for pulling it, this is the end.
Juma, Ben has been in the position of actually setting the record straight, and he has failed a million times to do so.
Of course.
Because as far as I'm concerned, plenty of things that don't happen in his capacity. And why? If you watch the election is about not the winner or the loser anymore. It's about him.
Of course.
The election is about him. It's not about who won or who loses the election anymore. It's about him now. He has been. How many people in Sabi right now, Toma, saying I win the election? No. Impeachment, no billboard, no poster, no news headlines. Since the day of the election.
Right.
I bet many people not still Sabi than this woman. Because
and nobody look forward on the discussion. We don't even talk about the capacity, the qualification, or the ability for lead. We don't even consider that process.
We don't even consider that because that has been void. Because not that not the importance of the election anymore. The importance of this election is just surrounding around Ben Kefala and your actions before, on the day of the election, and after. And consistently, you have been on the front line of this particular election. Like for saying, you contest. Not to you, not the contestant, my dear.
So he makes it about him. He don't succeed. But Tameka say, if it
succeed in what? Succeed in what?
Succeed for Alaki, the Bar Association, worse than what he already be. And Ion chances, if he can get any hope for kind of public life after in terms as anti-corruption commissioner. Also, President Bio appoint up and something else. But for say Ben Kelfala, we say, oh, hey, young man, this is promising. You know, sometimes the people in Kine say somebody promising. Let's take example, and I'll bring that because let people know. We sad thing what would they do now salon. Most people when they're in a position of trust or they get small edge, if they forget say they get for need something else. Where they son say feel say don't reach at the end. Obama been go give speech, in keynote speech. Not so that people then begin say, wow, this guy, you know, he get future, he promising, he this, he that.
Yeah.
We build on that. Insai end up president of the greatest country in the world.
And the other policy way I go make mention of where we know for say possibly not succeed.
You
know see me? Now what's in happen now? So they don't forget me.
Yes. You camera
Hold on, no.
Yes. So family, why should the guy forget T-Boy? The conversation all surround, you know, the Ben Kelfala issue and Victor James, not to black out to this Ben Kelfala and village people and they don't chase T-Boy so, but it is sad for an institution where supposed for be one way people and they emulate and aspire for join go down the drain the way go down the drain. So it is sad for Sierra Leone. It is sad for the Sierra Leone Bar Association. It is sad for humanity.
Are they fix me camera?
Fixer, no more fixer. Ben Kelfala and village people they don't arrest you. And see, this na Kisi versus Kono on outside it.
Me don't mess with me, we're gonna take joke.
But it is completely sad. But one thing we me glad for, I see, and this just go show something. Wait till we come, I think so we'll get for touch on that. We saw a joint statement from 9 former bar association presidents them. Man the way sometimes and woman the way the country get respect for, including Charles Magai, where they all don't serve as president of the Bar Association or get some kind reputable position, at the country. They're all 9, including Abdul Tijan Cole, when I post, they talk politics. They argue about other things, but they all come out and sign a communique, say, then condemn everything will happen at Kenema, and the process was queued, and then call, say, then for null and void everything will happen there and conduct a fresh AGM. 9. See, but now I voice they don't cease. You go sabi Ben in village people are powerful. Now you angry they talk to yourself. You. So 9 of them people and they come out and do a joint statement. And recently, we'll let you know, and the reason I be mentioned, say President Bio don't go all over the world, say they rebrand salon, they clean the country image. One great net Ben Kelfala don't come, it don't dirty all thing. We see the African Bar Association write a letter. They not take position, they just call, say, let the right thing be done and make sure, say, come, let them restore calm, let them join the past presidents then with the outgoing executive and, for join the past presidents then, let them do what is supposed for be done. But President Bio said they go clean the country image.
Juma, can you hear me?
Yeah, they hear you more faintly. Now they don't release your voice small. Well done. Yeah.
Okay.
I know they are better T-boy. I know they are better T-boy. Ben Kefala and people they get power pass you right now.
Nah, I get pink pass then. I mean pink.
When they are better party man. You know. So who side is not left salon? Who side is not left the bar association? As T-boy rightly say, the issue don't become now not about the contestants anymore, but about Ben Kefala and how he mess up the whole process because of, premeditated kind thing we try for go execute out there. So this don't left the bar association in a state, let's say, even if they're all another AGM, then, yeah, I can hear you, right? Yeah, go ahead. What? Hello?
Yes, is it clear? Like loud and clear?
Yeah, but it gets echo.
Echo. Looks like the echo they come out to go no.
Tell me now. So while still fixing audio, even if no, I know they hear loud and clear, you don't go low now again. So whilst we wait for T-boy, do you hear me? So even if then KO gets a new AGM, then conduct an elections, another person win, who side that they left the Sierra Leone Bar Association?
Juma, can you hear me now?
Loud and clear.
Okay, fine.
So you meet up and ask you question, T-boy.
So no, before I come to your question, I hear is who went to one was already.
No, answer the question. Go ahead.
Ask the question again.
No. Yeah, wait, you're afraid many people.
No, ask the question over. Ask the question because not so black as I'm here, but just ask the question over. Go ahead.
Victor saying I generator you don't go put on.
No, the generation don't come on it so because we know to you make a way back we want for doing live broadcast for in manifesto. Anyway, ask your question, then I can't answer your question. That will come back to Usabi.
So the question, we don't say, and you rightly say, the whole process now is not about the people that we contest anymore. It don't become about Ben Kefala and how we mess up everything.
Right.
So let's say we don't see the statement, the joint statement from the 9 past presidents of the Sierra Leone Bar Association. And we don't see a statement from the African Bar Association where call say they ask the outgoing executive for work with the past presidents them for restore calm and make sure say they do what is supposed to be done by best practice and all of that. Let me say,
Go on.
Let me say the try for now resolve say, okay, with everything that will happen, it will be in the best interest of the Sierra Leone Bar Association for call a fresh AGM because that one day not been happening, not complete, because every other thing we've been supposed to happen in an AGM not happen.
Okay.
Only waiting and vote for, according to Ben Kefala, now the president of the Sierra Leone Bar Association. Now the only thing that will happen. Let's say then decide for call another AGM and do everything and then conduct election, other person win. Who side that left the Bar Association?
Juma, to answer your question, that will never happen. And I will tell you why. That's now one of the issues that we already get with the system of illegal practices of electionary processes in Sierra Leone. So what these guys have bent on when a deliberate act, with the rogue election, we announce the winner, case closed, we go to come. It is not reversible. Now, if the Bar Association attempt term, it's the kind of same situation we find ourselves for the general election where they go put strategize and whatever it is. If the Bar Association, because what's in Ben Kefala will therefore execute on the day now for announce the winner. That was his
So that was his strategy.
That's it. That was his primary motive.
Right. Announce the winner, they will go big later.
Thank you. I don't care what you do, set confusion, and make goodness, fire this, fire that. We announce the winner of the new president of the Bar Association today. And I see announce, so all thing done. We'll go set some later. That is exactly the area where the African Bar Association or West African Bar Association they come up from. I read their statement and also the 9 ex-presidents of the Bar Association.
But the 9 former presidents, they actually called for null and void everything. They were specific.
That's what I'm saying. Okay, then I don't read their own press report. So what I'm saying is, if the ex-9 former president of the Bar Association make a statement and their statements and position where they take now null and void, the election for be reconducted, and then the African Bar Association they say the outgoing president or the outgoing executive for work with the 9 past presidents of the Bar Association for me they come to an amicable solution. What is going to be the amicable solution that will be beneficial to both parties? None of them will be satisfied. Mrs. Gentle Camara not going to accept, say, they have already announced me to be the leader and the winner. There is no way it can be reversible. Yeah? So 2 things. Either the Bar Association break.
That's going to be my second question, but you don't preempt time. Go ahead.
Exactly. We're not going to be something of any surprise because, again, there is no law that states in Sierra Leone within our constitution will not provide the provision for get several bar associations, right?
Okay. Yeah.
Thank you. So it's either the bar association splits, they have one that is so-called to be legit, and the other will be a breakaway. But guess what? It depends now on the execution of both bar associations and their membership towards the people that they represent and the populace.
Right.
So I not see nothing we get for change.
So you think, say, this don't make things worse than what it already be?
They're even extremely difficult right now because Mrs. Gentle Camara is not able to form an executive for work.
Well, yes, because you don't get people them.
We're not able to form an executive for work.
Right.
You go form them, but who are you going to work with? There is a membership registration of 1,200. Are you only going to serve 560 that voted for you? What is going to happen about the remaining ones that didn't vote for you?
Right. So even if 560 vote for you, folks.
Thank you.
We don't know that.
Well, let we say that's the number, that's the figures that they already announced. So if that's the position we find ourselves, let we assume now, say, okay, 560 people voted for Mrs. Gentle Camara, and then remaining people away, they no vote for you. Okay, are you going to form a government or form an executive that is only going to deal with the 560 people that voted for you? So you have more than half of the registered membership where Boku pass the one where they vote for you.
Yeah.
Automatically, your membership is going to crumple because at the end of the day, if we have the numbers and we take that number which we inform we executive, inform we own bar association, we are more than you guys.
Right.
And also, you look at the capacity of the voters. Who are those people that voted you in? Right. Who are these people that vote for you? What are some of the criteria the way they get? Are they new members? Are they members that have been in the bar for more than 5 or 10 years? What sort of credibility will they get? Will they vote for you? Will go be relevant to the breakaway of the bar association members? They really go form their own. So we got to look at this very critically because what will the campaign now for happen at the Salon Bar Association or even with the lawyers that were in a salon? There's going to be a split amongst the lawyers that were in a salon. And what's in there for happen is going to be worse than what's in the bar association they face in the first place. Because now, I'll give you an example. I'll give you a typical example. I am not making this example because I want to be, I want to focus on them specifically, but it is very important for me to make this example because I'm under the same kind of clan of,
Right.
of leadership where they happen around their own sort of section. We have the SLPP party where in London, we get the election about 5 years ago, right? They select their executive and elect all the members then where they now the current chairman in executive list, they all win. They're not every single position.
What are the current chairman?
Eh?
What are the current chairman?
Mohamed Tijansi.
Oh, he's still not chairman?
Oh, yes, of course.
Okay.
So basically, they all win. Yeah. And then now what happened is the other remaining SLPP members, they went to Paupa, is to exist. But guess what? They are the ones that made the numbers of the political party in
the active one them. Don't want them, the one that with the movers and shakers.
Thank you. So what happens?
By name, but they are not active.
Thank you. So that is exactly Insai the party done day now for the past 5 years. Nothing is happening except if you get the president they come, the first lady they come, or there is something to be executed when like that happens. So if the same thing happen again with the bar situation, when are the same kind of clan, they within, and then go select a president and an executive where they feel to say that they don't know more. But this again are the same thing. The one they will not vote for Mrs. Jen to come out and Bokuba's the one they will vote for him. So how are you going to actually serve in that capacity?
Right. So let me ask you a question again. The one we have said no mix before. See, me I wait to the right tempo. So you think, say, for more two don't talk, Ben Kefala was just a tool and a messenger for go do a work. You know, they be send them on an assignment. You get people away actually send them for go do certain work.
Well, if the
or just take up on himself for do it.
No, Ben Kefala don't act on his own. I will categorically make that clear to you in very different instances than we sometimes you yourself know a lot of them anyway. One, now the fact that you highlight something earlier on. The current, okay, I don't know how to call, I don't know how to call you uncle.
Who's one
I don't know how to call him president because they're going to use the no vote for him.
President, sir, president, call him president.
Right. With current president, you highlight something, say, it is travel all over the world for cleaning the country in image. And an anti-corruption commissioner don't supervise an election process for the Bar Association in Sierra Leone. And all the headline news is on him and he hasn't said a word. I give you the reason why I make that example. The president right now in chief minister don't make a statement we go against the religious sectors in Sierra Leone. And the president did not say a word. Is it a coincidence or consistency of pattern of behaviors? The chief minister, in apology, where me seeing an apology, where you don't denounce, you know, apology. If he is in the position of executing his duties and during that process that he hurt somebody, he's sorry. Listen to what Ben Kefala say.
No, he said it's only
if he hurts anybody, if he said if he hurts anybody. Now listen to what Ben Kefala say. In position of trust, where they don't appoint him for be the supervisor for this particular election, it means he has to take control of his role. Has been trusted in him. Now he don't execute. So if anybody not want to accept him, now you problem.
Yes.
So you see the pattern of consistency in everything that they do and say. So are you looking at all those consistencies with various different capacities of various different individuals and how they execute them, and they assume, say, they are doing things on their own accord? They've been given a mandate.
They ask for let the public think.
Well, the public has to think.
Not to like say, I don't know, I don't get my opinion, but I just they ask for let the public think.
I agree. They have to make their own opinion, but this is the justification of the reality that don't unfold in front of the eye where we don't see. You only have to make your own opinion and assumption now, but the reality is already there. And the reality and the fact say all of these activities are pointing to one individual who is responsible for all these instructions. And then they say I'm indirectly. I've been given the mandate. So Benkefala is not acting on his own. Whether it's been pre-planned, what's make you say lawyer gave out, turn it down. It is also deliberate. Okay, you get parliament's position, you get present SAPP specifically. So we nominate you, but denounce it.
Yeah, but at the same time, again, if na consistency, in as much as lawyer gave out, there are certain things then they way me go hold are responsible for we make waiting. Remember, say in our person way for done out to attend a parliament for some kind UK business, we been what happened, the way call something about corruption and stuff. We then go after a serious one. So one, he's a lawyer, two, a politician, three, I think it on there around a little bit for no saying as much as in a SLPP and PAUPA, but there are certain lines that we know they cross.
I agree.
It can be that. It can be again, like you say, now the strategy say, no, let's send this small bubble and go take care of this thing. You know, just then at the behind the scene and remote control and say,
I agree with you on give out. Yeah, I agree with you smallly because I don't reason back again now thinking maybe that's a justification of his decision of not getting involved. Because when they nominate you, they don't give you prior notice for say they can nominate you. Maybe I'm not thinking maybe that has been discussed.
They do in the case of Benkefala. And guess who that nominator?
Who that?
The Deputy Human Rights Commissioner.
Oh my God.
The Human Rights Commissioner, the deputy.
Well, if the Deputy Human Rights Commissioner appoints the Anti-Corruption Commissioner, and then we end up with violence and corruption, now the whole where they're able to conduct the election and we get the outcome like this, that just tells you how people operate in their capacity. Guess what?
And you go find, let you take 1 day, let you go watch that Deputy Human Rights Commissioner, let you see the kind of thing they make him post na Facebook.
Juma, I don't even need to go watch again. How
they propagate for let them violate people's rights using Human Rights Commission for justify the bad thing the way they happen at the country.
That's why I'm not going to even try for go check them out again because action speaks louder than voice. The one thing this man not execute, he don't appoint an anti-corruption commissioner in knowing his capacity. Clearly, will say it will be conflict of interest. Clearly, because when Kefala defense say he's a friend of every lawyer in Sierra Leone. He's a good friend of Wara. He's a good friend of Toma. You don't know Toma for years. Well, they go to an office, they discuss issues.
No, so they go to your office where we get case there. Not to party business they go pa.
But he not talk like that too. He not talk like that too.
You know, he will try to give an impression. Right?
Well, he talks in the capacity of they are all friends.
And you hear how he condescendingly talk about Mara. That the office who say him been there.
And Mara can take it.
Yeah, we come out, we go be anti-corruption commission, and Namara can't take the seat. But like for sure, say you know me, boy, you are my underdog.
Well, he wants to create that atmosphere of superiority for make people understand, say he is above all of these people. And guess what? That is why they choose him to oversee this whole process. But again, it is a honor for you to be given an opportunity to oversee the election of the Bar Association of Sierra Leone. Either it's based on trust, either it's based on your credibility, either it's based on the fact that they know exactly what you are capable of doing and you will do it. So there are various reasons behind your appointments. And look at the person where you say appoint him. Is somebody that knows him character-wise? Is somebody that knows him possibly well enough
I
to be
don't
able to
plan. I
know?
don't sit on plan.
Well, that's what I'm saying. To be able to know if I appoint him,
Yeah.
he will do exactly what is needed to be done. And again, why is he there in the capacity of a lawyer and he doesn't go alongside what the law says?
That was my question to you earlier. Why did they ask you, say, I said, this man a lawyer, anti-corruption commission boss, where he roll for go by the books from A to Z. And according to the president, he for go beyond Z, Z is small brother.
Yes.
He decide for take that. Huh?
And they call the president in Z beyond Z.
Yes. So he decide for throw away everything where the law say, then decide for doing your own. You see, one thing where me
he is the law.
Even for the crook business, they not even sabi do the crook business.
Because not us not sabi. No, Juma, take it back. They sabi.
They're not sabi.
No, like I tell you why.
Why? Tell me.
One, they are the law. So when you are the law, you don't find a better way to execute it.
T-boy.
Back in the days, okay, let's give an example. Yeah. This is a typical example that might not go down well, but I'll give an example of.
I didn't apologize today.
No, I know, I apologize. So I said this is a typical example.
Oh, wait, you don't do disclaimer first before you let go.
Yeah, I want to do the disclaimer because you know why I'm doing the disclaimer is because it's a sensitive issue. Now, I'll tell you why. When I said you are the law, you don't think of how you're executing it because nobody is going to question you. That is why I said, then people are so not to say they don't know how for do, then you. They know what they are doing and they are the law. Nobody question them. I'll give you an example. The example I want to make is with current scheme we're getting at this country. Yeah. He is the law. Mm-hmm. And what he is doing right now in regards to what happens within the monarchy, nobody question it. Mm-hmm. Because the monarchy says you should not be a divorcee, right? Mm-hmm. He's a divorcee.
Who told her?
Anybody the questioner?
Divorcee told her.
No, you are giving problem now.
All right. I understand what they say.
That's the justified in fact say these guys, not because they don't know how to do the yuki, they know what they're doing because they are the law. Nobody questions them.
See, boy, me they expect say.
Your expectation is going to be disappointing.
I am. I expect say Benkefala na the law. When you they thief the law, you they go by the law for able for thief the law and able for justify yourself using the law. Juma. But what he did, what he do, Yanda, it's not the law. He not follow anything by the law, and it broke the law completely.
Because he is the law.
Because when man say he exposed himself, if he had done what he was supposed to do, then they get the same results where they get without crying foul.
Juma.
Same results.
Juma.
Yes.
The first duties of Francis Benkefala as the Anti-Corruption Commissioner of Sierra Leone was to parade fine young gentlemen who have committed a crime that does not warrant public
humiliation.
It doesn't warrant it in any capacity.
Okay.
Why did they get away with that? Because he is the law. That's one. Two. Why do you think Francis Benkefala?
I want to say the best anti-corruption commissioner in the world.
Thank you. Why do you think Francis Benkefala gets the bold mind for display thousands of hundreds of leons where they pay and tax in this current world where we live?
Where them pay or where them go take na bank?
I don't know how they do it. Like I say, where they pay and cash in this current world where we live. 500 million plus or so cash stuck on your table. And you go public for sure. The one on wall say this is the money that has been collected from the clerk of parliament and few more other
anywhere
for payments for corruption where they accuse them of. And guess what? He gets away with it again because he is the law. So if you don't do consistent things the way wrong against the law and nothing happens, it's because he is the law. I not see Insai Anti-Corruption Commissioner, they become a prosecutor. Because he doesn't stand in courts and prosecute, right? They have lawyers at the Anti-Corruption Commissioner where they represent the right?
Yeah.
Thank you. So I don't see how comes he don't become the prosecutor of crimes that when not a warrant such kind of execution.
See, boy, la change. I don't say you know surprise, but I just change. So for this Yuki way Francis Benkefala go do so. You know, say now in tickets, I think them buying tickets, anti-corruption commission money, and they use them buying tickets for go salon about 240 million.
For the election?
Yeah.
Really?
Yes.
For go preside on the election, or you just go for go witness?
Yeah, for go preside because for go salon. Like you want go salon, you don't come on house, you want go salon. For
so
go
why
you know, when you say when it come out there, not just after the election.
Okay, why the bar association not pay for your ticket? Because the bar
association they work for. So that's what they show you. Not a bar association call them for go.
So if not a bar association call them, who's in appointment come on? Who's the nominator? Who nominated?
Now the whole the nominator.
Also, the bar association not call them.
No.
For witness the election. Now the anti-corruption, now they pay for a ticket for can witness the election.
But they don't pay for a second witness election, but they tell wait, can
do?
For can back salon, isn't it? Buy tickets for can salon.
But when
for the past 1 year, I know they leave salon. You don't say for the past 1 year, the man they leave salon. Now what kind of work at a salon?
Now the same work maybe the work the same work so, or it comes specifically for the election.
You know, say the man been the study.
Yeah, I don't say the study. You don't graduate today. Yeah, I don't say the study.
So that study will be the study for the past 1 year in another salon. Now what kind they go work at a
study? What's he go study?
He say go study LLM law.
So do I do not salon of it?
But the bottom line. No, that is a topic for another day. Because I don't understand why government of Sierra Leone
God.
This man while he dey on study leave for go study something we not get for can add value and the job where he dey do, not to specialize course he go do. This man already get first degree, get master's degree. He get first degree, get master's degree. What he go study for that for your own personal benefit, not for anti-corruption commission. It's not like I say go study anything who specialize for comfort corruption. But they pay him free money. He get scholarship there. He say that the president get permission for go. So now make them they pay for a ticket for the go 50 fata. So he get right for go cause rubbish. Then the next moment, he load na plane and can't tell una say babuya yo, my mama don't pray for me. I dey go graduate now. I don't can't do my job done. I dey go graduate. But who I money? Taxpayers' money. So if people like him say, oh, this way can bring this up, and then they can say this not concern we. Somebody when that people their money where they pay tax, including all their lawyers the way they under them taxes the way they pay. Now the money they use for pay for Ben Kelfala so for the waka waka for what cause rubbish they can't sit down.
Well, all said and done, if you're fortunate for get scholarship from the Salon government where they pay salary, they run full-blown, they buy tickets for fly in and out of Sierra Leone on holiday or visiting trips, or you have forgot execute, because the last time I come in my state camp, now we can put that money in a public.
Exactly. So and prompts me for say this to you.
Okay. You need to talk something for nothing.
So now you can't attend it back, you just can't showcase the money, don't go back.
Go. Okay, so he's been paid to come to Sierra Leone for execute certain duties. So basically, yes, he was working still for anti-corruption. So basically, he can't invigilate, he can't supervise the bar association because they only think he's the only one. Because what a coincidence.
That's the thing.
Anti-corruption buy tickets for you for can holiday or for can work. Okay, I don't know the purpose of your visit to Sierra Leone.
But call a worker because permanently I don't do for that 1 year because they study. You don't take it.
But coincidentally, you end up na the bar election.
Okay.
I mean the bar association election.
Mm-hmm.
Coincidentally, they nominate you for be one of the people away for supervising.
Not a one of, now the only person.
Well, that does say it all. Again, like I said earlier on, they are the law. So when you become the law, nobody questions you. You do things as you like. You change the baton. You change the platform. You change the ball of the. You change the ball in the play, and you change the referees, and you invigilate, and you set the rules. That is exactly what Team Venkefala can do, because there is a set agenda for AGM. AGM didn't happen. The purpose of the particular meeting, yes, the election is always a key element of any AGM, because again, when this review and when I don't suggest already before the AGM say you guys are going to vote in for a new executive, and that new executive they come take over after this AGM. You see, one thing I always keep saying with organizations in Sierra Leone, not sit down. They make somebody leader. Now, any organization where you do, we not get the capacity for serve.
True.
Otherwise, walk away. Because positions of trust in Sierra Leone, now they know what in the deal with.
Yeah.
Now they know what in the deal with.
Yeah, Timberlake balloon they all. What?
Huh? What?
I see balloon they all come up.
I get balloon.
Yeah.
Oh, that don't give me balloon, so. Hey, they gave me balloon. Somebody don't give me balloon. Okay, but what I'm saying is, honestly speaking, if you get to certain position in Sierra Leone and then you not get the capacity, they need to look at your capacity. Matter. Because when they come for execute anything, they ask, who are the leaders in this community? Who want for see the chairman there? Who want for see the aid man there?
Yeah.
Who want for see the one they waiting at the stakeholder in this community?
Yeah.
Now they ask for.
Yeah.
And if you go put some dormant jack way not possibly understand who side come out side they go, you don't get to your own crisis already, because now them people when they go represent you. So me, I don't make it a point of duty any group or structure where are they. The person where they lead me, forget the capacity that I want to. I for believe in your ideology.
Exactly. I for trust you, I for believe in you.
Of course. Yeah. If I don't trust you, not believe in your ideology, sorry, I'm not interested. And that's outside and say, oh, you membership, where you come, your membership go make you able to forget the capacity for contest for anything. No, it's not possible. Also, coming people and not work for how many years? You don't meet people and not work for decades. Now then you can't no more, you can't overrule them overnight. It's not possible. So you go for me look at then capacity then and see how you're able to say to yourself, is this going to be the right thing where then people are so for being come to me so or not? Because that the problem in Ghana alone, leadership. Leadership has been a serious issue. Because if the bar association didn't get a formidable force where now the outgoing executive, therefore don't put structures them in place when they go to this kind of thing we don't go to. So. Because if you already have a structure and then somebody come up from nowhere, just being a member, because yes, Ben Kefala says a paid up member or they pay dues regularly every month because you are a lawyer by profession, but not by current job application right now. You are not a lawyer. If you go to any kind of interview and they ask you what is your position that you hold in your office right now, you go talk to the anti-corruption commissioner of Sierra Leone. You're not say to anybody, I am a lawyer. No, you're not. Right. So your lawyer is your professional career that you studied. But at the moment, you are the anti-corruption commissioner. So you cannot mix those two. So for like you go represent yourself in the capacity of a lawyer, you for done they serve within certain period of time as a lawyer for make you even able to get the permission for make them make you one of the people away for oversee the election. They accept if your credibility is top-notch. Accept that. And when I say top-notch, everybody within the Bar Association accepts for the fact that your credibility is top-notch. So they believe and trust your execution of credibility. Then yes, something maybe we will approve.
See, but you know the irony on this whole thing?
No.
It's so sad. Where saloon, they can just write things, then they don't even know the implication of things they within the write. Guess what's in at the theme for the annual general meeting for the AGM?
What's the theme?
Unconstitutional change of government and its threats to democracy. So the theme where they go discuss, the first they tried it.
Unconstitutional change to what?
The unconstitutional change of government and its threats to democracy. That meaning they want for change government, not to by ballots, not to by, you understand, how they threats in democracy, like a coups and other things. So this night and discuss Friday.
But it's not cool.
Well, that make I say irony. So how ironic for let people go a bar association make this as their theme, but they wake up for let them conduct an election using their bylaws were equal to the constitution of the institution or the Companies Act. When I then lost the way and guide them, they end up unconstitutional way. We don't cause threats now to the bar association in existence. We don't kill them. So you see the irony?
Well, I'm not surprised. They say John Pamine Tirina John yes.
Let John eat him,
anyway, John eat him, John go choke. Anyway, John choke, now no more get for vomit. Anyway, vomit, now no more go sit down for now.
Yeah.
So, the long and short story about it all, now, what is going to be the next process after this? Because again, we don't hear a series of interviews, series of meetings, series of dialogue, but we still yet don't know what is going to be the next stage, whether they will swear in Mrs. Gentle Kamara or whether they're not going to swear him in, whether everything is on hold, whether the Bar Association therefore come back again and talk to Warasei and Mara for see exactly what will be the way forward in terms
of the Bar Association where they can't talk to them.
Well, now I can say the Bar Association because it might be
so again, like how you say, this is just sad, and myself go agree with you after I don't discuss because I mean they ask the question and just for poke for see. This was politicized. There was a political agenda, and I think say the sad part, either Chuma Jabi know about it, or he's just being used in the process, but it was a way to kill the Bar Association. So the politicians hijacked the Bar Association for render them useless. Let it not be active and do anything again. Because they're not even hijacker, because sometimes, you know, you hijack something because you want for use them. You understand? You want it work for you. But this one, now for hijack them and kill them. That's the end of it. So, like you stated, if we have another AGM, what happens? Waiting there for happen. The other party go agree? Definitely not. So we will forget separate people the way they do their own separate things. That waiting happen. The Sierra Leone Bar Association, as we know them, when are the oldest institution, become dead and buried, just like a house sludge end up. So now sludge na crackers no more, they waka. You know, just by name.
Well,
it don't mean anything.
I agree. But again, sludge is a different body to the Bar Association, because the Bar Association.
I feel like I'm not saying that the same. I just say the pattern of how you hijack something and kill them.
Juma, we are joking with something very serious, because when we say so, you don't want to have a split Bar Association in Sierra Leone.
Of course not.
You don't want to have a split bar. You don't want to have a Bar Association that does not see on the same textbook as the other lawyers that are not represented in the Bar Association. Because that's like, we are joking with the lives of innocent Sierra Leoneans. That is what we're doing right now.
Mm-hmm.
All of these members of the Bar Association are representative that have different clientele right across Sierra Leone.
Mm-hmm.
And they have clientele right across the board, right across the disciplines that we have in Sierra Leone. So we are looking at this from the Bar Association level, but we have to look beyond it now. Because if there is going to be any kind of controversy between these lawyers, it means any lawyer that is not part of the illegitimate Bar Association that is going to be formed, if they're going to form it, you will be fought to the thinnest point of losing any kind of case of any nature in Sierra Leone. Right. And you know why I mentioned this?
You go end up serving the end case by you.
Serious. You know why I mentioned this? That because I have friends who are lawyers in Sierra Leone, where they serve in various different capacities. Yeah. And the one we talked earlier on is serious. For say, my opinion has been, if you cannot defend yourself, how can you defend me?
Mm-hmm.
If I go salon?
Yeah.
Because these are the people who are saying to you that they are walking on eggshells as lawyers in Sierra Leone. Mm-hmm. We're supposed to defend the law and defend anybody. And they tell you, say, me not lawyer, but see what man don't like by you. That eggshells for all the work up right now. Why?
And now we don't see them in the open. Bang, bang,
Thank you. This is not something where in a corner they hide, not they publicly can make their statement, and they were outside this statement like a couple of years ago. But if we don't reach to the stage now where there is going to be a massive discrepancy within the Bar Association that deals with all these lawyers, for example, 1,200 registered members, not a small number, Daniel.
No.
Not a small number, Daniel. Because what if we can end up foresee now a massive infight, whether this is resolved or not, that is going to happen.
Of course.
Whether this is resolved or not, it is going to happen. So now, at the moment in time, we get political divide within the law practice in Sierra Leone. Now we're going to have another internal division within the law practice in Sierra Leone, because I will clearly say to you, not to everybody where they now then three camps, then they belong to the same political parties. I would totally say to you that is not true.
Yeah, you're right.
I will totally say that to you. So for the fact that we have a political divided bar,
Association.
not the association. We have a political divided law association, as in everybody when a lawyer, you are automatically a member of the law association in Sierra Leone, not necessarily by registration. And then now they can get a double division. So now you get for Tinko as an individual. Forget yourself, you get nothing for do with law, but think as an individual and let you not fall short of anything within the Sierra Leone circle. In Sierra Leone, you are doomed.
See, boy, this now about taking, see, this is a big problem business, this.
Problem. This is a massive big problem.
So the point is, if me and you were to discuss this now, so they see the seriousness and the dangers behind all waiting Ben Kefala and the people that will help him for mess up, do. For say them not they think that way they foresee, say, the repercussion to certain things them in not worth with actions.
You know why they don't think like that? They only see from year to year. Because when you beat the drum, the one where they dance, the best dance, where you think so that the best dance, now the one where they next to the drum, also. But the one where they fun and they enjoy the rhythm of the drum. And they know when for come into the dance. Because you enjoy the drum where you don't beat, you know, for cities now the sweetest parts of the rhythm, then they cancel now. But when you just jump on the first rhythm, bang, 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 you don't begin scatter. When the rhythm they actually come into play now, you don't tire.
Yeah.
You know how for now catch up with the rhythm anymore because you know
that's before the real dance come.
Thank you. So the one they right now where now they see beyond reality, now they would see so. Because then they only see from year to year. Because they look at the immediate benefits. They will have it. That is the fact. Whether it's be financial, moral, either way, they will have it instantly. Because after the election on Saturday, many people have gone back home. Possibly the money they don't give them or whatever might have happened for give their support or whatever might have happened for make other win-win. Today is Thursday. They are not in the same position no more.
Right.
A lot has changed. So you might not even have an opportunity to see the executive that you normally rub shoulders with before the election anymore.
And sometimes you not be no saying that this outcome get for be this worse. Now they live in regret land.
Thank you.
But how you go get for talk because you don't compromise?
Thank you. So you don't see the problem they start when a big problem? Because if you not realize this is going to be bad after the election, so you should be mindful of what to do, you fall short.
And interestingly, let's say Tuma Jabi, Tuma Gento Camara, continue for correct me no more.
Okay.
Like how you say earlier, it end up continue, right? Or serve. Ben Kefala don't rub them off. Everything. Because I should say right now, side they not happy. Because no one is talking about how winning the election.
No, she's not the focus of the election.
So Ben Kefala don't overshadow them. He just don't they no more now. Whether he announce them to somebody or not, or he discuss them in open, I'm not sure this is what she wanted. By this time, if you want for let us celebrate them.
Thank you. If I don't do a press release, you don't call a press conference, you don't talk this, you don't talk that kind of thing. You don't make statements, you don't do a couple of interviews on radio, on television.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Not that.
If I don't get congratulatory messages from the past presidents then, or from some senior members of the bar association already, or some past old members that way get respect and value of what you don't do.
Right. Or even maybe not to just find, maybe people are able to associate with him, Papa, the profession, because in that, be a renowned lawyer, well-respected man, feared man, and all of that kind of thing. So all of them things then they.
Also, I'm Papa. Kodi Jabi Demboku.
Bakejabi.
Kubaki. Okay. Very, very nice guy. I know
Yeah,
him.
yeah.
I know him. Very nice guy. But again,
So
you see, sometimes you don't allow situation to overshadow what you are. Yeah. And I know that Thomas is a very calm individual. We haven't said nothing about all of the contestants anyway.
of course not. Yeah.
I think the reason why we did not, because the fact of the matter, the election was not focusing on them. Because the Benkefala can steal every limelight of the election, we drive away the elements of the contestant themselves. Because nobody knows who Mara is, nobody knows who Zwase is, nobody knows who Tomajabi Gentle is. So just they now see and overheard about what they've done, except if you are in the law practice or if you don't get any kind of association,
Yeah.
or you follow there, you know who these individuals are. But again, nobody knows them. Nobody knows who they are, what sort of family background they came from, what they have done in the past, how they've been in Sierra Leone, whether they're not in Sierra Leone, what they have done, what they haven't done. Nobody knows their record. And Tomako is a very strong position in government right now. Again, that's compromising because, again, you cannot serve in various capacities at the same point in time. Can you imagine? This is just an hypothetical situation where I can highlight. Can you imagine the NRA boss now, the team manager for Leon Star? How?
Yeah.
Tell me how they connect.
Right.
Can you just put yourself in that situation for like you be the NRA boss, director, and then you are also the team manager of Leon Stars? How does that connect? What time will you have to fly with Leon Star as the team manager? What time do you have to put together football apparatus logistics for Leon Star? You
So
have a massive task.
If Leon Star gets something important, they need you. And I get something important, they need you.
What do you do? Can you imagine that kind of position and then you go put yourself back? Compromising. Conflicts of interest. It doesn't work. Now, Thomas' position in government, possibly not everybody knows about it.
Yeah.
Not everybody knows about it, but she holds a key position in government. Yeah. Key position, and a strategic one too. Yeah. And then you can't be president of the bar association. You can't. It is too much work. It's conflict of interest on both sides.
So how you work-life balance in the first place? Who say they get time for your family? Who say they get time for yourself? You know, how about your quality of life?
You know how he will compromise himself in that position? Because the position of trust where he gets in government has a lot to coincide with what the bar association stands for.
Exactly.
A lot. And how are you going to deal with that? You don't compromise your integrity straight away. Because you are representing lawyers in Sierra Leone as the president of the bar association. Imagine now a member of the bar association has a serious case against your institution.
Yeah.
Your institution, how will you deal with that? As the president of the bar association, are you going to fight yourself in your capacity? You can't. So I don't understand how people get themselves into this kind of baffled situation and they really think it's okay. It's not okay. Now, the same thing Benkefala can do so. How you going to think, say, the anti-corruption commissioner, they can't get involved in something we're not legit.
Something completely dubious,
seriously. Like, seriously? You never even think about your position in the country, for God's sake.
You know, one of the highest paid, if not the highest paid MDA, head of agency.
But I don't understand how them people are so they operate, man. I don't, because not so spider, even when you get spider hands, you cannot be in 5 places at the same time to represent yourself. You can't. It's not possible. So we got to understand some of the things the way they vouch for be or attest for like we able for do. And then we only have that sort of timeline. We will get that time for spear. Because there is not enough time for you to be able to run those 2 organizations amicably and effectively. Because you know they can't send you representative all the time. You know, your representative is not representing you.
Right. They go there with your opinion and everything. You can send people talk this way without that thing they do.
It does not represent you. He represents himself in his capacity as the representative and talk to you or whoever he is sent for to talk to. What do you think?
Well, simple example, the outgoing executive, president, the outgoing president married to the press secretary of the president.
Well,
where Ben Kefala na in party. Where to end up see? Where two parties there where possibly they see as threats of the husband in political party, where they closer to the president. You excuse yourself, you say you're too busy, you're unable to see them. For me. Now time reach for go elections, where you forgo preside over certain things them until a certain point. You let for go, you are the president, we fix time. Now you sign off on the time when the team for start. You late for go. When they ask you, oh, I'm not been there, I don't know what's happened there. We don't start all thing, me, I don't even know if I'm confused. But you man, not to just press secretary, but himself now lawyer. Well, if you get Belele, God help him, congratulations, glad for her, which is a good thing, you know.
Juma, that brings me to the question of asking, a man a lawyer, outside practice?
Well, he go do law, he don't go do law.
Outside study law? Outside study law?
Listen.
That's alone?
See, boy.
Yeah, the actor, you say man a lawyer, outside study law, now the ask.
Me see, he go school na law school.
As alone?
Yes, he do the law school.
How much year you take a law school as alone?
The law school na 1 year.
Okay.
But you don't, so that means say sometimes, I don't know if he don't, how he study law.
So I study law. Who say I study law?
No, me no, can't give me problem.
Well, I somebody go law school, not study law.
Me no, the man go na the bar, they admit at the bar. He did it, instead of being very weak, he go na court. Now then be go na court during
the study law.
I don't know, T-boy. If I'm gonna tell T-boy, let me ask me. Una want now. Viewers, una want T-boy. I don't know. What do you mean, no?
Okay.
They admit the man law school. They all graduate. They all are seen a court before elections that then go represent electoral commission.
So you don't begin to present already.
They all be sit on with Emmanuel Safa Abdullah them and with Kolan, and they all be busy. Yes. So I no, Pambul, una please want T-boy for the first time I ask una for intervene. Let me ask me question. I know say Keketoma study law. I practice, I don't know. I don't know. No can give me problem.
Under the cotton tree or the mango tree?
This one the palm tree, under the palm tree.
All right.
So that's my example where the site. So the lady anti being back.
Well, I'm not tie being back. Because at the end of the day, what's in he don't execute for like we all see is blatant.
Okay, so
it's blatant. So not to say anti being back, it's blatant. Because I don't say we not make mention of earlier on they assume say people might know the situation, but I think it's clear cut now we don't mention. But I'm not tie being back, it's blatant. Well, because like earlier on, you don't see them totally irrelevant, so you're wasting time for even talk to them.
Right.
So it's blatant.
Right. So now that they don't make because of compromise with the user make a brilliant call because you ask a question. If Tuma go fight against Insai,
well,
as an institution. So that is exactly what Michaela unfortunately did. He fought against Insai by not according in colleague them the respect and audience. and the day of event where chaos take place, when I suppose for lead, even if you been there, they Allah, order, then push you, then jog mic, you form faint, they take you, they rush you go. People will say you've been seen to attempt for try for do what you supposed for do, but they not give you chance. But this why you not available at all, only for let you appear Nado acting confused.
But how
about a situation where you don't be president for 2 years or maybe 4-year term?
Juma, how can that be right? You call for an AGM and you are not at the premises. That is, now for don't they take roll call of the one they really come safe now?
So that show you the level of recklessness.
It's not recklessness, it's deliberate to create an excuse to say I wasn't there.
So if you make them deliberate, shows how reckless people can be.
Oh, Juma,
they don't respect the position.
Now you don't begin talk. It's not recklessness. When somebody reckless, now somebody where
I don't say reckless or the reckless actions.
The reckless actions of
I cannot be saying what about I don't know that she might be a decent person.
No, not a reckless action. Now, deliberate action of not even respecting the position and the membership of the position. It's deliberate, it's not recklessness behavior. Okay, when somebody they behave recklessly to opposition, now you don't know the words of the position, so they take things that kind of mediocre way, it turn up like a joke about things. But this is nothing about that. This is AGM of that kind of association of seriousness. And you are supposed to be the outgoing president, and you don't call for AGM, and you not turn up for the meeting? Come on. And you there in town, you were present, you there in the vicinity, but you not show up in the room of the meeting. And then when chaos come up, so now excuse, it's deliberate. Because it don't take himself out of the picture of conflicts of interest where in order for compromise. So I will abstain and show up after the chaos. I make myself excusable. I wasn't there. But again, that's the worst, because you're supposed to be the very first people that should be in that hall and making sure that everything is in place.
So you compromise everybody by excusing yourself or making yourself absent.
Thank you.
Because if you've been there, the question now, if you've been there and take over things, this will be happen.
Because now your duty for take over things, because still the sitting president.
Yeah.
You can take over. Okay, I tell you what, I will preside over this and I will make sure that everybody have their fair cut of the cake. Free and fair, I will oversee everything. Now me, you go. So I guess I'll say the right person taking position.
Right.
So I see all thing now. Benkefala, thank you. I know you want to do something for the association, but I can handle this one. Just sit and wait.
Because you overrule certain things.
Thank you. But again, it's deliberate. To be honest, it's deliberate. And it's just too sad. Because that didn't just show the level of responsibility we don't bestow in you for making you able for executor. You may have or may haven't execute your duty for the period of time that you were serving for right up to date. And you even make it worse, the day for handing over, you did not even show up.
Yeah. In February, you led your executive to the president and go tell him goodbye and thank him for the support we don't support on our association. In February, you lead your full executive to the president. Una tell him thank you, the president tell you thank you, and exchange pleasantries and all that thing, and they and show how powerful a leader you are, all that thing, and they. That one you were present.
No, in the powerfulness of in leadership, not only to that level, not to the people in really.
When I say the president, I just say that one day he been present in full executive, and then they all smiles. But the one for this organization will make you go meet the president, where you get all these thank you, glady from the president for let you come close the books or close your own chapter for let the other chapter start. You're not able to read the
chapter not for the history books.
No, sad thing. Anyway, we don't talk go, we don't talk come. Next week we'll get for there with possibly a possible guest. We've been there. Na what you call a Kenema Day, possibly, but we'll confirm with you during the week. We can talk to with one of the parties them. We'll try to get the other parties them for come if they want for come as well. Hopefully we'll succeed. If not, we'll get you how we don't agree with it.
I just say if we call back Kevin, I accept everything they agree for car.
You can say you my charm spice.
Because you are great with the great.
So Ben Kefala, they talk about the other candidates them or their representatives.
Oh, yeah, it would be nice to have it would be nice to have a representative or actual candidate them for talk about the issue and how they feel. Because again, it's good for them to either highlight a few things. One, the malpractices, their grievances against the process at which they possibly haven't been able to actually execute their positions of trust if they don't get the position the way they may vouch for. But I also believe, say, it would have been nice to have a change of new phases on the front line of the bar association, because I think, say, most of the representative already has been in various different capacities, but I think the one that will be the vouch for positions, so possibly haven't been in any of the capacity they would look at in terms of taking key positions within the bar association. They've all served in civilian, but I think
no, they have not served. Not so they all don't serve.
Well, pretty much they all don't serve.
Prominent names, apart from Tuma, we gets political appointments. The others have never served in any capacity in government.
Oh, that is not capacity as appointees, but as a lawyer, they all serve.
Yeah, but they're prominent because of their name or their work within they do. So
yeah, that is it. They haven't served in political capacities or any government appointments. No, that's not what I'm saying. I not say yes, of course, we are not told them we get public offices.
Many offices say that are something way for disqualify them because
that is not a disqualification position that they try for make. What they say is now the fact say we haven't seen these people in public positions. Now I mean,
okay,
it would be nice to have new fresh faces where they represent in the public domain of their career path or whatever appointments. But this particular area they talk about now, because of we don't get people and we already they serve in government institutions or in various different capacities as government officials or civil servants for the country. But there are other people we don't serve in any of those capacities, and it would have been nice to have them within the bar association where they compromise their integrity based on any kind of government alliance or political alliance always will be there because they all represent very different. They all get in party or in the support anyway.
Yeah. And not against the law either.
Not against the law, yeah. So to me, I don't think say that's an issue. But the fact of the matter is, we actually need people in our way they come and talk about issues, not so just talking, but also following through.
So now that way, for me, I wish Ben Kefala not for being bend this process and make a yuki and allow things for being go on and let we see any of the way for being win, how them for be able to take the institution. Because for me, again, I like to be practical. Even with your political affiliation, can be a good thing if you're smart enough and know how to use them, able to talk to the one the way you masters, for tell them, say, if a performer succeed, now for our interest. And they talk in the case of Tuma, for example, right? Or it would have been good to see how somebody like Kwara, where people know as a no-nonsense person, for win and able for hold government accountable in every capacity. It would have been nice for Simara win, the vocal person where you don't be in challenging important issues where people are afraid for handle and talk about, for let we see how we go able for lead like minds like other lawyers for able for hold government accountable and move for law gets, justice na salon and a proper judiciary. We don't expect them for can solve all the problems, but we just want to see. Because if you don't criticize all the time, then they can put you now say, okay, now show you your leadership skills. Deliver now back. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
But Ben Kefala come dirty and rubbish everything for the Bar Association, for the candidates, and for Sierra Leone. Now there is no way we'll go able to foresee whether them people have get the capacity for be the true leaders them way we they expect them for be. Because it will rob people off. An anti-corruption commissioner will rob people off an opportunity. We're sad. But anyway, not only about too much again, we don't do pass how we for do for today. Like I say, hopefully next week we'll get a guest, most likely confirmed or certain one or more guests next week. We can talk on these issues and hopefully other issues. So over to you, T-Boy.
All right, thank you very much, Juma, for your submission. And I say we don't talk a lot about this particular issue, and I feel say the bar, as is no, not the bar, the lawyers in Sierra Leone has been my concern. The judiciary and the security apparatus has been my concern in Sierra Leone for the past 6 years, and I get the reason why. That because they haven't been able to defend themselves and they will struggle to defend individuals. So for me, we get a solution we'll end up with for this particular incident will happen now Kenema, as in Kenema on the spotlight for various different reasons. I think say not to just something we new. It's not new, and we don't expect it to be the last. We expect it to be the last. But again, I will say we don't expect it to be the last because we still get time lapse and we get for happen. And we don't anticipate or predict anything negative, but we all know exactly what happens when you don't get the benchmark set like this. And everybody can replicate the benchmark and possibly raise the bar. So now, Mrs. Toma Gentle Kamara, how far is she going to raise the bar that has already been set by Ben Kefala? Or is it going to get the bar to be vocal? Is it going to bring in some voices or be the voice of the voices of the Bar Association? Or is it going to reclaim the bar? So if she's smart enough to use those two elements apart from her own, then maybe we can have a different bar that is going to represent the Bar Association, or we can have a bar that is going to raise the bar to what level we don't know. Whether it's going to be above the level of Ben Kefala or below the level of Ben Kefala, because you can still raise the bar below. All right, Juma?
You're right.
So I don't know whether she's going to do any of the two, but it would be nice to see how she's going to execute her duties if she continues to be the president of the Bar Association come next week, next month, or whatever time she is possibly going to be sworn in. If there is no other discrepancies that are going to be raised by the other two candidates who did not make it to the ballot box, according to Ben Kefala. And the reason why I'm making the reference according to Ben Kefala, because he's the only one that executes the duties from start to finish. So he's the only one that presides in that election, and he's the only one that calls the results. So I will not be surprised if there's going to be any more further discrepancies. We don't see what's in the past president of the Bar Association have said. They've made their statement. I'm not going to dwell much on that because I know they have made a position to say they want the election to be null and void and possibly have a rerun. And then we don't see what's in the position of the West African Bar Association as well. We also get an alliance to the Sierra Leone Bar Association within the role model and self-under, because the Sierra Leone Bar Association has been the first and only and oldest bar association within the sub-region. So there is a lot to learn from this particular election. There is a lot to learn from the lawyers that are representing us in Sierra Leone. There is a lot to learn from the bar association and how they're able to execute their duties for the past 10 years. And we've seen the changes of the bar association. We're still not legit. So the outgoing presidents who will get really bring come in this new presidents. We see the one we've been there before, the one we've been the serve in incapacity, and the one now we they can't take over, the one we've been the serve. So there are a lot of questions to ask. And doesn't mean if you are representing as the president of the bar association, you should not hold government accountable, or you should be working in collaboration with government's agenda, or you should be working in collaboration with the bar association legislation or rules and regulation or constitution that governs them. Is a totally different entity for political parties, is a totally different entity for government institutions, is a totally different entity from other organizations that we have in Sierra Leone. So we have to look deeply down into this and see what is going to be the consequences going forward from now on to the next month, to the next year, and a couple of years to come. If it depends how long they're going to serve in their capacity before they do another AGM.
They're supposed to be every 2 years.
2 years.
2-year term.
That's very short. Not much is going to be executed within that time. I think they have to reconsider that constitution that gives them the mandate to serve for 2 years. Because the first year in any
companies actually guide them, so that's different.
2 years is short. To be very honest with you, you cannot serve in the capacity of 2 years for to make any effective change in any organization.
Directors then get, so it's just like any company where every 2 years then gets. So they can elect you, you can serve 2-year term, 4 years.
So basically you're entitled to 2 terms just in case you are possibly able to make it to the next.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, that's not bad. At least they have options of serving 2 terms. But to be very honest with you, I think we have to look at it very seriously, because if we just overlook this and say, well, now lawyer them, no, it get for affect we all. It get for affect we all personally. Because if they get any splits within the bar association, it affects we, the clients, they will then get forget. Because it means any lawyer will not be under the purview of Mrs. Jabi Gentle Kamara, you know they win case as alone. Again, if you know they support the other lawyers, them we possibly not agree with this particular administration, it's another issue. So it get for affect we now we not the client, the lawyer they represent lawyer as alone. Lawyer they represent lawyer. Then they go hire a lawyer them out of Sierra Leone for represent them. Also, they represent themselves because they know how crooked already the system is. So they don't even represent each other because they're all afraid for take over their own cases them against their own individual when they go someone.
I mean, no kill notes left there.
Even that too. But like I say, how Tuma Gentle, they sit on a case where the bar association gets with NRA as the president of the bar association.
And chairman.
The chairman, no, president of the bar association and chairman of NRA. So
chairman.
How are you going to sit on that panel for judge any discrepancies with these 2 organizations and get, or somebody can make an allegation against NRA, we feel to say NRA don't play foul against an institution or against in business or against in company. You lodge a complaint to the bar association, you want the bar association for dealing to it, and then you are representing NRA as the chairman of NRA. How will you
people want to say, but then they don't happen. It will happen. What if it
will happen? Of course, it will happen.
So you have to think of the reasons, and then that is why they can advise people. Anything where you feel say get the potential for compromise your interest, put you in that conflict of interest situation where you get for choose this or that. Don't put yourself there if you can avoid it.
Serious.
You know, because if you say they accuse yourself, say, okay, they pull myself, so that means say you don't betray Both institutions. So if term reach for act, you're not able for them in the position for act, why put yourself in that position in the first place?
Yeah.
It's just like a man will get 2 women there. Who's why you did favor?
A very strong decision.
Who's why you did favor?
I didn't favor the one way.
And the Quran tell you, for example, say, I talk about the Quran because I legalize polygamy. It tell you, say, if you treat them on 2 acts.
Juma, the Quran legalize polygamy based on the satisfaction of you, the man.
So
you not still legalize them because there is no way man they like 2 women equally, practically impossible.
So if that is impossible, how you will like NIA and Slabber at the same time?
Thank you. Or look at an example. Will you love your dad the same way as you love your husband? No. Definitely not. But guess what? You serve them in 2 various different capacities. And you will never want to put your husband and your father in a conflict of interest where you get to make a decision between the 2. You know, ever do that? Ever in your life, for make you put your papa and you man, you know, they can't talk case. Then you get for decide who that right. You papa go how they call that? If they disown you for life, then your husband will sack you. So you want for loss your papa or you want for loss your man? Which one you choose? What you they do? You they set him up. This case, I need to put somebody on that sky. But guess what? You suffer the consequences because when these 2 people are together, you don't know what to do. You don't know who to turn to. At the same position.
Now one day I put Michael as well also.
Thank you.
You do? You gone away?
Gone away.
Last time the side of the bar association or the side of the husband.
Thank you. Because it's never put this in that position there. Because they don't weigh the 2, the bar association and the man. Who do they support? So you see the irony will happen. That's by accident. So it's facts. Never happen. So therefore, being look at anything else on a very serious note, because we are intellectual capacity or the integrity is going to be challenged. And we cannot avoid this when the reality kicks in. You cannot avoid it. So you got for side one party. And the party where you decide where you support for the day, you lost the other one. The gravity at losing the next one is very important. So Juma, that's my roundup story. But definitely join us next week for another edition. We might continue this and other developments and stuff that will happen this week. We're going to talk about deliberately because we want to focus on this particular topic of discussion for today. Over to you, Juma.
Thank you so much, T-Boy, and for viewers them. Thank you for spending these long hours with we. And I also now understand why usually we day long spend more time on the program because we do possibly once a week or sometimes now every other week. So I hope we do justice to the program. We're not here to take sides, but highlighted, the waiting we see, we say for Rob Morton, share your opinion and analyze certain things the way how we think say supposed to be done. Because if we all set more to watch, people will get away with the wrong things and it become precedent and it become a norm in society where all man will feel say, okay, for be done, for do. So we say thank you to you all and stay blessed wherever you are and join us again next week for another edition of How the Good They Go Inside the Republic. Thank you and good night.